Chapter 10:26. As soon as the myriad heavens and realms leaderboard came out, the various powers became more and more clear. The divine sect was the strongest. The second was not the humans, but the heavenly plants' royal court. There were a few peak-level experts from the heavenly plants' royal court who had not left, including the right divine general. On the human side, if Li Zhen was not around and Fang Ping was the only one at the bottom of the peerless talent list, the threat would not be too great. However, with the existence of Li Zhen, an emperor-ranked expert, even if the ranking list had purposely raised Li Zhen's strength, humans were still a force to be reckoned with. The three realms were in turmoil once more. After Fang Ping returned to the human world from the catacombs, he continued his closed-door cultivation. In the source world, the deduction of combat techniques continued. As the deduction continued, the new battle strategy became more and more complete. From the initial 1% increase, it had now surpassed the void-piercing sword technique. Within the source world, the image formed by the combination of qi and blood was getting clearer and clearer. At this moment, Fang Ping somewhat understood where old Zhang's book of Great Tao and teaching pointer came from. That was a manifestation of energy after their battle tactics had been reorganized. Saber, the combined form of Fang Ping's vitality, was a saber. It was no longer illusory but very clear. This saber was somewhat similar to the Zamadeo he had obtained from Zhang Dingnan. With such a combination of energy, will the explosive power be even greater? The combination methods in the source world were all illusory. Fang Ping memorized this combination method and exited the source world. The real world. Fang Ping silently recalled the combination method from before. His vitality began to condense, like a blood-red dragon, and his vitality began to surge. More than 200,000 portions of blood qi surged within his body and began to reconstruct itself. The first reorganization was not as simple as it seemed. What the system provided was actually just a template. How to combine them and use them rationally would depend on Fang Ping himself. Interesting. My own reorganization is also a process of power control. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a free lunch. However, it's much easier for me to imitate others. A beam of vitality light rose from Fang Ping's hand, its shape changing continuously. Sticks, long sabers, long swords, Fang Ping kept changing the appearance of his vitality. The first time was also a solidification process. Practice makes perfect. If he had to constantly reorganize his energy during a battle, he would have been beaten to death long ago. Fang Ping was fully focused. His vitality had been greatly depleted, and he kept using his wealth to replenish it. The entire training room was dyed blood-red. The aura on Fang Ping's body was also getting fiercer and fiercer. The blood-red saber in his hand gradually took shape. Divine weapon. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly felt something. Experts were all forging their own divine weapons, forging the most suitable divine weapons for themselves. Why? The energy that I've reassembled is, after all, just energy. I should merge it with the divine weapon and form a weapon that suits me the best. When the energy and the divine weapon become one, I should be able to unleash even greater power. It seems like it's easier to split my vitality as I reorganize it with my battle technique. At this moment, Fang Ping looked at the blood-colored Changdao that had formed in front of him. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. His vitality, which was originally about 3 calories per portion, was now being slowly stripped away. As he split his qi and blood, the long saber seemed to become more condensed. The long saber, which was made up of more than 70,000 portions of blood essence, had become extremely stable. However, this was 3 calories per copy. When Fang Ping slowly began to split it, 80,000 copies, 90,000 copies. The long saber became even more stable and sharp. Alright, that's great. Fang Ping could not hide his joy. Maybe I can take the opportunity to split it into one card. Fang Ping did as he thought of it. He had just begun to disassemble it when the Changdao suddenly became extremely unstable. Fang Ping's expression changed. This would not do. He did not have the control to forcefully split it. His strength was slightly out of control. Oh no, the energy is going out of control. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly shouted, "Those outside, go away!" As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping soared into the sky and broke through the cultivation room's roof. In the next moment, his aura erupted and his saber slashed toward the sky. This was on Sky Island. At this moment, everyone saw an unforgettable scene. The sky was broken. The sky was slashed in half by Fang Ping's saber. An incomparably huge crack appeared in the sky, spanning a distance of thousands of meters. Below, the Heaven Division members retreated one after another. Wang Qinghai and the rest looked at Fang Ping in the sky, speechless for a long time. This guy, what was he doing? Wang Qinghai glanced at Tianmu and asked in a low voice, "How many Cal outbursts?" Slashing the void did not require much on Earth. About 100,000 calories would do. Of course, as Earth's energy recovered, it seemed like it was changing toward the catacombs. He was afraid that it would require about 150,000 calories in the end. There were still many who could slash the first heaven. However, things were different now than in the past. Slashing the first heaven made it difficult to see the second heaven. It was difficult for the weak to judge the strength of powerhouses who were much stronger than themselves. Fang Ping slashed the first heaven with one slash. Wang Qinghai only felt that the explosive power was terrifyingly strong. At least to kill him, one slash was more than enough. Tianmu frowned slightly. It's really hard to estimate. However, Fang Ping is indeed much stronger than before. How far has this guy gone in his origin Dao? Many people actually knew that Fang Ping had not reached the apex. Claiming that he had the apex combat strength was because his foundation was too high. Last time, Fang Ping claimed that he had walked 800 meters in his origin Dao. Now that he was announcing to the public that he had the apex combat strength, the powerhouses who knew guessed that Fang Ping's origin Dao might have already reached the apex. Perhaps he was only one step away from the apex. Hence, the current Fang Ping could be regarded as an apex. As for advancing to the apex, it was not that simple. According to the speculations of the powerhouses outside, if Fang Ping really advanced to the apex, his vitality could change qualitatively. Then, Fang Ping might become a top-notch powerhouse among the apex. Vitality below 2 million calories was the desperation realm. If Fang Ping advanced, his vitality might exceed 1 million cal. As for Emperor level, with the strength that Fang Ping displayed now, he was not there yet. However, the gap between 999 meters and 1,000 meters was something that every powerhouse who became an apex powerhouse knew how difficult it was. You don't even know how far he has walked? Wang Qinghai was a little surprised. He whispered, "Could it be that this guy has already walked 1,000 meters? How can he be that fast?" Tianmu shook his head. He did not think that Fang Ping was that fast. How many days had it been since Fang Ping advanced to rank 9? Moreover, Fang Ping. Something was not right. According to his private conversation with Li Changxing, Fang Ping's origin Dao might not be far. It could not be helped. Fang Ping was so powerful in rank 8. His golden body was even at the 9th level and was close to peak. However, according to Li Changxing, the strength of this kid's golden body now was only slightly stronger than his. It was not much stronger. If he had really gone far, Fang Ping's golden body should be stronger than it was now. Tianmu thought about it in his heart. He did not say much. Whether Fang Ping had really gone far or made a false report, it did not matter. It was not a good thing to be too monstrous. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Fang Ping smiled and said, "Recently, I've felt something. I'm deducing combat technique. Everyone, try to stay away from me so that you won't be affected." deducing combat techniques? Everyone was even more surprised. What was a monstrous? This was it. Everyone could really understand why Fong Ping had not created his own combat technique. He had too many things to do. Moreover, his martial arts improved rapidly. He still had to handle some official business. At this time, it was already hard to accept that Fong Ping could cultivate martial arts to this stage. However, now, Fong Ping actually had the time to create his own combat technique. If he was not a monstrous genius, then no one deserved to be called a monstrous genius. After the shock, everyone was delighted. Some of the young martial artists who joined the Heaven Division shouted, "Minister, I hope that you create the strongest combat technique and sweep across the 3 realms." "Ha ha ha, thank you for your blessings." Fong Ping laughed loudly and said quickly, "Everyone, disperse. I'll continue deducing. When the people from the various divisions come to Magic City, then inform me for a meeting." On the day he came out of the catacombs, he asked everyone to come to Magic City 10 days later to discuss the counterattack. Time was almost up. Nowadays, time was precious. Fong Ping did not want to waste it. Without waiting for anyone to say anything, Fong Ping's figure flashed and disappeared in midair. Inside the dilapidated cultivation room, Fong Ping checked his data panel again. A smile appeared on his face. Wealth: 9 billion points. Vitality: 450,000 calories, 450,000 calories. Mentality: 10,300 Hz, 10,455 Hz to 10,300 Hz. Shave: Origin: vertical 149 meters, increase 14.9%, horizontal 3,008 meters, increase 38%. Combat techniques: Nameless Saber Technique, plus 6%, Void Piercing Swordsmanship, plus 3%, Manic Explosion Saber, plus 1%. Combat Technique Combination Deduction, 1 million points / Time Origin Energy Conversion, 100,000 points / 1 Cloud Energy Shield, 1 point / minute plus, Aura Simulation, 10 points / minute plus, Origin. Detailed Analysis, 10 to 100 million points / Time Power Control, 74% Limit Outburst, 532,100 cal / 719800 cal. At this moment, Fong Ping's limit had increased from 630,000 calories a few days ago to close to 720,000 calories. As for outburst, it had increased by more than 100,000 calories. How many days had it been? The speed of improvement was so fast that Fong Ping was shocked. His origin path was improving every day. His physique toughness was also increasing. Fong Ping's golden body toughness previously had not reached its peak. He did not lack imperishable substances. Under constant honing, his vitality was also increasing. Based on the 400,000 calories vitality of a peak 9th refinement golden body, breaking through to rank 9 and strengthening by 10%, that would be 440,000 calories. Fong Ping had already walked 100 meters. Others could increase their vitality by 5,000 calories. He was the same as others, doubling it by 10,000 calories. At this moment, his vitality of 450,000 calories might not be his current limit. The benefits that a 9th refinement golden body brought to Fong Ping were not only the strengthening of his physique. He did not walk a section of the origin path, so his increase should be higher than others. I think if I walk 100 meters, I'll increase my vitality a little more. It's just that my physique hasn't reached its limit yet, so it's covered up. Fong Ping grinned. His strength control was as high as 74%. The combat techniques deduction this time allowed him to gain a stage. Previously, he was only at 65%. Based on his previous speed, he might need a few months to reach this stage. My limit is close to 720,000 calories. This means that I'm not far from the true pinnacle. Weak pinnacle, the weakest kind, 800,000 calories. It was not that this kind of pinnacle did not exist. In fact, there were many of them. In the catacombs and humans, most of the pinnacle people actually started as weak pinnacles. If the other party's strength control was slightly lower and their combat techniques were rubbish, they would probably be about the same as Fong Ping. As for Fong Ping, his origin path increased by more than 10 meters every day. It was at least a 1% increase every day. Fong Ping's basic vitality was as high as 450,000 calories. His daily limit increase was at least 5,000 calories. Based on this calculation, in about 10 days, Fong Ping would truly possess the combat strength of a weak pinnacle. Nameless Saber Technique. Nameless Saber Technique doesn't sound good. How about 10,000 Master Square Ping Saber? Fong Ping mumbled. Isn't this name too long? Every combat technique's deduction was actually strengthening and optimizing this nameless saber technique. Therefore, Fong Ping would not change his combat techniques in the future. It would most likely still be the optimization of this saber technique. Emperor Destroyer Saber? Isn't it too domineering? Fong Ping mumbled. Emperor Destroyer was too brutal. If there were still emperors alive and heard this name, they would come to kill him right now. My limit is close to 720,000 calories. I'm not counting the artifact. Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. He had the God-slaying saber. Actually, the God-slaying saber had an increase too. It was just that the system did not calculate it. Perhaps the increase of the artifact was not stable, or perhaps the system could not calculate the increase of the artifact. The God-slaying saber gave Fong Ping a considerable increase. Fong Ping calculated it himself, not counting the uniqueness of slaying origin path, just the increase in strength alone. The God-slaying saber he controlled now should be at least 3%, right? Then he would have to add more than 10,000 cal to it. His own limit was probably close to 750,000 calories. God-slaying saber. Why don't I call it God-slaying saber technique? Slay those true gods? Fong Ping rubbed his chin. He had to take things one step at a time. Emperor Destroyer was still too far away for him now. At this moment, it was enough to slay a god. There are still Emperor-level existences in the three realms. I'll keep a low profile. I won't call it Emperor Destroyer anymore. Fong Ping felt that he was low profile enough. He did not even call it Emperor Destroyer. Zhang Dingnan used to have this kind of saber technique, but he was too weak. He ignored Emperor level. He was too eye-catching. If he called it Emperor Destroyer, he would be targeted by Emperor level easily. God-slaying saber technique and God Destroyer. Just right. Maybe I can continue to optimize combat techniques and increase my strength control. Fong Ping looked at the remaining 9 billion wealth and pondered for a while. This time, the consumption was not small. The deduction of combat techniques did not use up to 700 million wealth. However, his origin world was expanding recently. Fong Ping used up a lot of origin chi. As Sun City gradually merged into the origin world, Fong Ping's origin world, that was 10 meters in diameter before, was now almost 13 meters in diameter. The origin world was growing. However, it also needed money to grow. It would not do if there was no origin chi to replenish it. As for the phantoms that merged with it, they were only responsible for helping to expand the origin path. They were not responsible for helping to expand the origin world. If I want to expand to the extent of Tsang Mao, even billions and trillions of wealth points might not be enough. I'm afraid this cat has cheated, kidnapped, and stolen a lot. Fong Ping criticized silently. Tsang Mao must have eaten a lot of good stuff, the kind that contained origin chi. Otherwise, even if it really lived for 10,000 years, Fong Ping felt that he might not be able to make the origin world look like that. A diameter close to 1,000 meters. That was really scary. The more the circular origin world expanded outwards, the larger the area needed to be expanded. This was not something that could be reflected by the diameter. Tsang Mao is actually also rank 9. This cat is truly invincible among its peers. Who would dare to believe that Song Mao was also rank 9? A cat with the strength of a near-emperor level, a cat that could race with heavenly king powerhouses, was only rank 9. Who would believe that? Even Fong Ping found it hard to imagine. When this cat's origin path really reached 1,000 meters, would there also be a qualitative change? If there was a qualitative change once or countless times, one had to know that Song Mao had countless paths. Once it reached 1,000 meters, it would become 1,000 meters long at the same time. It would not be like others who walked the second path. That was a matter for the later stages. Fong Ping shook his head, not daring to think about it. It was fine if there was a qualitative change once. If there was a qualitative change countless times, then this cat would really be invincible. Just when Fong Ping was thinking about Song Mao. Fong family courtyard. Song Mao rolled over, then a little unhappy. It lay on the ground, looked at Fong Yuan and said, "Call the swindler. Don't think about me every day or else this cat will move." The swindler's origin world was getting bigger and bigger, and the degree of overlap with it was getting higher and higher. Both of them were close to each other. Now when this fellow thought about it, it could sense it. It was very annoying. Fong Yuan ignored it. While waving the Changdao, he panted and said, "Big cat, do you think I'm swinging my saber like this? Why are you using a saber?" Song Mao was bored out of his mind. He had also forgotten his impatience earlier. He yawned and said, "Isn't using a saber more suitable for you? Use a sword or use a ribbon." Song Mao muttered to himself, a little uncertain. If you want to use a sword, this cat knows a lot of powerful combat technique. Use a ribbon. Spirit Emperor used a ribbon in the past. It was very powerful. With a whoosh, it entangled the person. No, a whip works too. Song Mao muttered, with a clatter, the whip is very powerful. But if I want to use a saber, my brother will use a saber. Idiot! Song Mao scolded. He yawned again and said, "You use whatever the swindler uses. Aren't you stupid? Why don't you use your claws? Big Dog used to use claws, it was very powerful too." Fong Yuan's face darkened. "You're the one using claws." "No, this cat already has claws." However, she was indeed not used to using a saber. At this moment, she hurriedly squatted down and asked, "Big cat, why don't I learn swordsmanship? My teacher uses swords too, but I don't have a good weapon. Don't you have a sky destroyer? Lend me your chin first." Song Mao's fat face trembled. Little chubby face is not a good person. I'll learn from the swindler and be called Little Swindler from now on. How dare you cheat me of my sky destroyer? The more Song Mao thought about it, the sadder he became. His divine weapon seemed to be almost gone. The 9 Emperor's seal was gone, the stone tablet was gone, the god-slaying saber was gone, the little hoe was gone, the sky bell was gone, the heaven-trapping bell was gone. Song Mao really wanted to cry. Not only that, in order to set up the trap this time, he even threw his big pot into it. Now, all that was left was the fishing rod, the divine peaking mirror, and the sky destroyer sword. The sky destroyer sword was used to cut fish, the fishing rod was used to catch fish, and the divine peaking mirror was used to watch the show. Now, little fatty face was trying to trick his sky destroyer sword. His conscience was black. Song Mao had no more love in life. He covered his eyes with his paws and drooped his ears, pretending to be asleep. Fong Yuan picked up his ears and said with a smile, "Big cat, you're a cat, not a dog. Cats don't droop their ears." Song Mao ignored her and spouted nonsense. "Big dogs don't droop their ears. Who said dogs do? Who said cats don't? I'm the #1 cat in the 3 realms. Whatever I do is right." Seeing that it was ignoring her, Fong Yuan giggled and said, "Big cat, why don't we eat beef? Also, don't you have cabbage? Let's eat it together?" "No." Song Mao refused. "I don't have much left. The stupid cow has fallen into the trap. If it doesn't want to go now, there will be no more fresh beef." As for the cabbage, it was the only one left since the celestial realm was destroyed. Song Mao could not bear to eat it now. He had saved it for almost 10,000 years. Every time he was hungry, he would eat it to satisfy his craving. Beef and cabbage stew should at least be paired with an emperor-grade beverage. There was no beverage, so he did not want to eat it. Eat it, not eating. Beef and cabbage stew, it's delicious. No. No. Song Mao refused firmly, but soon wavered. I want to eat it. I can eat it. But you have to get the swindler to get me an emperor-grade beverage, or I won't eat it. This is the best ingredient after the celestial realm is destroyed. It's best to add a fish head. There's a big fish, a big one. Can you get the swindler to help me catch the fish? The so-called big fish referred to the sea guardian. The 3 guardians were older than the 8 kings. Song Mao had his eyes on the big fish before, but he really could not eat it. Even the heavenly dog said it was troublesome and difficult to eat it. Otherwise, he would have eaten the big fish long ago. Big fish? Fang Yuan understood. She would tell Big Brother later. She had been eyeing Song Mao's beef and cabbage for a long time. The emperor's cabbage was said to be the best kind. Song Mao said it was the best one back then, and he was reluctant to eat it even now. It must be something good. She was fantasizing, and Song Mao was also drooling. He really wanted to eat it. If the swindler could really get the big fish to eat, Song Mao would really be drooling. That fish was delicious. Song Mao had secretly eaten some of Big Fish's small fish in the past, and just thinking about it made him yearn for it. As he thought about it, he felt a little sad. Big Dog was dead, and there was no delicious food. When Big Dog was alive, although he often bullied him, he could eat a lot of delicious food. At that time, he ate all the delicacies in the 3 realms. I was also glorious in the past, Song Mao murmured. The glorious days were gone forever. Now, even when eating cabbage, he would think that there would be no more in the future. It was really sad. Song Mao rolled a little and yawned. Forget about sleeping, I'll eat some fish head demon. He kind of missed Big Dog. Little Sword had changed. The swindler was so weak, and he lied to the cat every day. Little Chubby Face was even weaker. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Big Dog, you're dead and you're bullying a cat. Song Mao murmured, a little sad. Big Dog was still alive. How could the son of the earthly sovereign dare to kill him? Meow, a cat's sad meow came into his ears. Fang Yuan originally wanted to continue to harass Song Mao, but when she heard this meow, she suddenly felt sad for no reason and retracted her hand. Big Cat seemed to have a story too. Jiutian Shenhuang. Chapter 10:27. March 12th. 10 days had passed since Fang Ping left the catacombs. 7 days had passed since Sun City's anomaly. When Fang Ping exited the catacombs, he requested for all parties to gather in Magic City 10 days later. As the current number 1 human, Li Zhen's whereabouts were still unknown. Everyone gave him face and arrived in Magic City on this day. Shanghai Governor's Office. This time, the conference was held in the Governor's Office of Shanghai. This was also the highest summit conference of the human race. Of course, the humans were not the only ones who came. In the domain, Mount Wangu, Weiyu Mountain, and the Xuanda Paradise had received invitations. On the Grandmaster's side, the Dragon Change Sky, the Jade High Sky, the Mysterious Brightness Sky, the Observant Brightness Sky, the Limitless Sky, and the Thoughtless Sky had also received the invitation. There were also the 6 Holy Lands and 19 other countries. The scale of the meeting was similar to the one Fang Ping had convened last time, but the meaning was completely different. Not only that, Fang Ping had also sent invitations to the 4 major immortal islands of the overseas Immortal Islands: Boundless Mountain, Immortal Inquisition Island, Water Power Clan, and Dragon Island. As for whether they would come or not, Fang Ping could not be bothered. Magic City Catacombs. The new cat palace had already taken shape, but a certain cat that was going to live in the cat palace that day had already forgotten about it. It passed by the cat palace a few times, but it didn't even look at it. The cat-shaped building was huge, and was built according to the specifications of a city. At this moment, a group of people flew over from the Forbidden Sea. From afar, the humans aimed their energy cannons at these people. The martial artists stationed in the city all became vigilant. In the past, humans could only defend the north. The north was where the catacombs' powerhouses were. But now they had to guard the south as well. The south led directly to the Forbidden Sea. On the southern city wall, Guoshenquan shouted, "Who goes there?" "Immortal-seeking island, moonless." A crisp voice rang out. Yu Wuhua was full of immortal qi, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Beside him, a huge water buffalo also said in a muffled voice, "The water god race, Wu Qi. That fellow Fong Ping invited us here." Beside them, Luo Yu's face was pale, but he did not say anything. Last time in the king battlefield, his golden body had been destroyed by Gu Qing and the others. However, a wisp of his spiritual energy had survived, and he had been lucky enough to escape. However, his injuries were not light, and he had only just recovered his golden body. This time, the Boundless Mountain's heavenly monarch Boundless had also entered the Sky Tomb to search for treasures. The Boundless Mountain used to be the #1 immortal island in the Endless Sea. The Boundless Mountain's heavenly monarch was extremely powerful, and his ranking on the monarch ranking was extremely high. Fong Ping had invited all parties for a meeting. Luo Yu had not planned to attend initially, but now, he had no choice but to attend. Hearing them introduce themselves, Guoshenquan said loudly, "So you are the distinguished guests of the overseas immortal islands. Esteemed guests, please take a rest in the city. We will immediately inform Minister Fong to send someone to welcome you." He said he was here to welcome them, but Yu Wuhua and the others knew what he meant. He was just informing Fong Ping and the others in advance to be on guard. They didn't care. While flying in the sky, Yu Wuhua said, "Brother Luo, the strength of the human realm is getting stronger and stronger. Brother Luo, please restrain yourself." Luo Yu frowned slightly and said calmly, "Wuhua, you don't have to do this. Everyone in the world came for benefit. As long as there were benefits, everyone would scramble for it. If there are no benefits, Fong Ping won't do it for free. The overseas immortal islands aren't weaker than any other party, so there's no need for us to bow down to anyone." He realized that since the end of the last battle, the overseas immortal islands were somewhat different. The venerable emperors had all left, and there were not many true gods left. As the force closest to the celestial cemetery, a large number of true gods from the overseas immortal islands had left. It was said that one of the 33 overseas immortal islands had been destroyed, and no one had been found alive until now. Now there were only 32 immortal islands left, but there were probably less than 10 peerless powerhouses left. There were also very few peerless powerhouses on the list of heavens and realms that the human realm had created. There weren't even as many as the Grandmasters. Because the powerhouses had left, the few remaining peerless powerhouses were also in closed-door training. Yu Wuhua and the others held the power of the various islands, but they were extremely afraid of the human realm. Luo Yu frowned slightly. This was not a good thing. In the past, the overseas immortal islands had only Boundless Mountain as their leader, but now there were some changes. Luo Yu did not say anything else. Beside him, Li Wuqi said casually, "Luo Yu, accept your fate. Misery is in big trouble now. Those local demons are attacking the immortal islands everywhere, and your Boundless Mountain is the first to bear the brunt. The Sea Guardian is gone, and there's no one to suppress misery. Misery is in a mess. If you cooperate with Fong Ping, you might be able to keep your family business. If you don't..." Luo Yu frowned and said, "Li Wuqi, if everyone has this attitude, the overseas immortal islands will definitely be taken advantage of by Fong Ping this time. How childish and ridiculous! This is not the way to negotiate." He had enough of this big water buffalo now. His IQ was frighteningly low. The key was that he did not know anything and liked to interrupt. On the overseas immortal islands, the misery sea demons were in turmoil. Now there were wars everywhere. The overseas immortal islands could exist because most of the immortal islands were actually made up of heavenly realm fragments, or the kind of semi-divine weapons that could float in misery. On the immortal islands it was like the immortal world. Not only was there an abundance of energy, but there were also a lot of treasures. Even the local demons could not stay in the forbidden sea forever. They needed a place to rest. However, this time, Misery Sea was in turmoil. Many of the demons' lairs were directly submerged and destroyed. Now, a large number of demons had no place to rest and had no choice but to attack these immortal islands. They wanted to seize the immortal islands and turn them into their habitat. Luo Yu's visit this time was also because of this. Initially, he did not take the humans' invitation seriously. However, Yu Wuhua and the others said that maybe they could talk to the human. Fang Ping had many tricks up his sleeve. He might have a way. Although Luo Yu felt that the chances were not high, he still came to protect the family business of Boundless Mountain. Once Heavenly Emperor Wuya left, Boundless Mountain would be lost. That would be unfair to Venerable Emperor. Luo Yu's rebuke was not surprising. The big water buffalo snorted and ignored him. It had its own plans. Moreover, the water tribe was not in as much danger as them because the water tribe was also a demon. Now that they were negotiating with the sea demons, it was slightly easier than Boundless Mountain and the other forces. However, negotiating was not a long-term solution. The sea demons were ambitious. In the past, they were afraid of Venerable Emperor and did not dare to riot. Now that Venerable Emperor had left and the Sea Guardian had also left, these local demons were unrestrained. If this continued, the Water Tribe's dojo might not be able to be preserved. After flying for a while, they saw the giant cat head at the city gate in front of them. Li Wuji was a little uncomfortable. His abdomen vibrated. This cat is everywhere. It's so annoying. He hated this cat. Beside him, Long Xian from Dragon Island had also fought alongside Fang Ping and the others before. When he heard this, he had a helpless look on his face. Long Xian was a demon and not at the top, but now he was like a real person. This was also a characteristic of the dragon tribe. They could transform into human form in advance. Ordinary rank, 9 dragons might not be able to do it, but Long Xian did it. This meant that he was not far from the top. At this moment, Long Xian sighed. Accept your fate. Venerable Emperor once said that in the early years when the heavenly realm was still around, Emperor Tsang and Celestial Emperor often came to the Bitter Sea to fish. Even Venerable Emperor's descendants were fished away a few times. Venerable Emperor went to the heavenly realm to complain, and even found the Sea Guardian, but it was useless. Helpless, Venerable Emperor could only join in and harm others with Emperor Tsang and Celestial Emperor. Only then did he escape. The 2 emperors no longer fished the dragon tribe. Hearing this, Yu Wuhua and the others could not help but laugh. They really did not know about this history. So this was how Dragon Emperor hooked up with Heaven Cat and Heaven Dog. After Long Xian finished, Li Wuji also cursed. My elder ancestor is honest. He is not as cunning as your Venerable Emperor. Last time, this cat worked together with your Venerable Emperor and broke his golden body. Elder ancestor only talked about the past when he returned. This cat is not a good thing. Speaking of which, when my elder ancestor was in the heavenly realm, he was quite familiar with them. Elder ancestor said that when this cat and dog went to steal the emperor's mansion, he turned a blind eye to it. Who knew that they were so heartless? When it mentioned this, Long Xian smiled and said, Wu Qi, which emperor is the water god Venerable Emperor under? I have also asked Venerable Emperor, but he said Avicania. Hearing this, Yu Wuhua and Luo Yu were a little curious. The Water Emperor was an ancient, venerable emperor. Everyone knew this. However, the Water Emperor was an outsider. After the heavenly realm was destroyed, He came overseas and established the water tribe. In this aspect, it was different from the others. Including Dragon Emperor, he had lived in the Bitter Sea for a long time. Boundless Mountain and Immortal Seeking Island were the same. Speaking of which, the water tribe was noble. Back then, the tribes that lived in the heavenly realm were more noble than those in the Bitter Sea. Without status, without a backer, without the 9 emperors and 4 emperors, and without the officials of the heavenly court, it was difficult to survive in the heavenly realm. My elder ancestor, Li Wuji, thought about it, shook his head and said, "Don't ask me, I don't know." The elder ancestor doesn't mention these things. All these years, the elder ancestor rarely mentioned the past of the heavenly realm. They heard this and did not ask any more. They were not too sure why the Water Emperor did not mention it, but it might be related to some grudges. Bypassing this topic, they landed on top of the city wall. The others were fine, but the Water Emperor was stared at by many. Water Ox snorted, a little unhappy. What were they looking at? Never seen an ox before? These humans were so annoying. When I become a peak, I will transform into a human and go to the human race to hook up with those females. Did they not see Long Xian attracting the attention of many female martial artists? Li Wuji looked around, saw the passageway entrance, and was about to fly over. Guo Shengquan, who was talking with Luo Yu and the others, frowned slightly. On the side, Guan Fu and Mei Lingfeng from MCMAU quickly flew in front of him, blocking the passageway. Seeing this, Li Wuji said unhappily, "I and Fang Ping are sworn brothers. My elder ancestor and Emperor Tsang are also good brothers. I want to see my brother now, go in quickly." Li Wuji. Behind them, Luo Yu and the others frowned slightly. What was this ox trying to do? Li Wuji ignored them and said again, "Hurry up, I heard that my brother is now your boss. I'm going to congratulate him, go in quickly." Guo Shengquan frowned. After a moment, he said, "Old Fu Lingfeng, escort Brother Wuji in." "Yes." Both of them responded, a little surprised by Guo Shengquan's decision, but they did not say anything. They separated and accompanied Li Wuji into the passageway. Li Wuji looked a little smug, looked back at the others, and walked in proudly. After it left, Luo Yu said telepathically, "What is this stupid ox trying to do?" Yu Wuhua shook her head lightly. How would she know what this ox was trying to do? At the passageway entrance, Fang Ping was just about to go in when an ox rushed out. Fang Ping was shocked, and just as he was about to attack, Li Wuji shouted, "Brother Fang, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've become more charming." Fang Ping was stunned. Li Wuji? What was this guy doing, sucking up to him the moment they met? He and Li Wuji were not exactly on good terms. The first time they met in the Emperor's tomb, this guy ran fast, or else Fang Ping would have killed him. The second time they met in the king's battleground, this ox did contribute a lot, but they were not friends, right? Li Wuji did not care about this. After shouting, seeing that Fang Ping did not attack, he breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, "I'm here to report. The overseas Immortal Islands are under attack. The Misery Sea demons are now besieging the 33 Immortal Islands, and there are many peerless powerhouses attacking. Your crazy Taoist who ranks second on the absolute talent list is there." Luo Yu and the others came this time to ask for help. "Brother Fang, feel free to kill them, no problem. I came to the human world for no other reason than to not let you suffer losses and be cheated by them." Li Wuji's voice transmission was fast. Without a pause, he continued, "Of course, when you go to Misery, I have to entertain you. I've prepared good wine and dishes on the Waterforce Island, just waiting for you to go. Oh yes, there's a treasure ship in Boundless Mountain that can travel 100,000 li a day, sailing on the Misery Sea, not suffering from its corrosion. Immortal Seeking Island, Immortal Seeking Island, where is Immortal Seeking Island? In Immortal Seeking Island, there is an Immortal Seeking pill that has been passed down from ancient times. It is said that after consuming this pill, one can become an immortal in the source world. My patriarch once said that after consuming this pill, one can form a radiant sun in the source world. I see that Brother Fong's spiritual consciousness is strong. Sooner or later you'll be able to fuse the source world. After consuming this pill, you can definitely go further. It's like an immortal source, illuminating the land, communicating with nothingness, letting the source world's spiritual qi surround you. Fong Ping was stunned. You are here to sell your teammates? Why do I feel like I'm in a trance? Wasn't this ox very stupid? It learned to sell people. No, it was not the first time it sold its teammate. Last time in the Emperor's tomb, this fellow abandoned others and ran away quickly. It was obvious that Li Wuji was addicted to selling his teammate. However, at this time, Fong Ping's attention was really attracted. A treasure ship that could sail on the Forbidden Sea? An immortal inquiring pill that could make the source world have another sun? Especially the second one. Fong Ping's heart moved slightly. His source world was still dark, unlike the cat's world where the sun was bright and beautiful. Fong Ping could not figure out how to make the source world bright. Not everyone liked darkness. He also hoped that the source world could have sunlight. However, he was not in a hurry now, so he did not ask the cat. What Li Wuji meant was that this pill could turn into a sun in the source world. That was a good treasure. Li Wuji saw that he did not speak and said again, Brother Fong, also on the Dragon Island, the Dragon Emperor killed a venerable rank demon a few years ago. The corpse was well preserved. Forging a true divine weapon is not a problem. Brother Fong, although you have a divine weapon, the other humans will have a great increase in combat strength if they are equipped with a true divine weapon. If that Li Chongqing has a true divine weapon, he will be the first among the rank. 9. Fong Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. This ox came out for this. Brother Li, do you have any requests? How can I have any requests? Li Wuji said honestly. Brother Fong can come to Water Force Island as a guest. I have prepared 100 rank 9 demons outside the island, waiting for Brother Fong to kill them and bring them back to make weapons. These words. Fong Ping was speechless. You can just say it. Your Water Force Island is surrounded by demons, and you want me to help you kill them. Why do you have to do this? You even prepared wine and food, prepared demons for me to kill and bring them back to make divine weapons. How dare you say that? I understand. Brother Li, you don't have to be so polite. You're welcome. Brother Fong, you must go. Li Wuji roared. If he did not go, Water Force Island would be breached soon. Fong Ping was speechless. He could not be bothered. He smiled and said, Bring Brother Li to the House of Governors. I will go greet the other guests. Li Wuji's face was full of helplessness. You haven't agreed yet. I came all the way here, and I even snitched on you. You have to give me a definite answer. Brother Fong, if you go, remember to bring the Pluto King. The Water Force clan has long wanted to see the Pluto King. Fong Ping had already entered the passageway. He could not be bothered with it. The Pluto King might be fighting with your ancestor now. Where did the Pluto King come from? Just as Li Wuji entered Magic City. The Fong family. The cat's nose twitched. It closed its eyes and said lazily, Calf? Calf's meat is tender, but it's too weak. Do you want to have a snack first? Beef was delivered to its doorstep. It wanted to eat it. At this moment Li Wuji, who was only a few li away from it, suddenly shivered. What was going on? Was the human world dangerous? Fong Ping received Luo Yu and the others. After some small talk, he led them out of the catacombs. The people from the overseas immortal islands were a little surprised. However, Li Wuji had already said that the overseas immortal islands were surrounded by demons. These people might not be here for Fong Ping. They were most likely here for Li Zhen. There were 3 people on the Emperor ranking. The first 2 were from the Divine Sect. As for the Divine Sect, they might not even dare to cooperate with the overseas immortal islands. The Pluto king in the human world had a much better reputation. In addition, both sides had worked together before. Now these people were probably hoping to get the Pluto king's help to solve the crisis in front of them. Since Fang Ping knew what they were thinking, he was prepared. Maybe he could make a fortune this time. As for how to solve the crisis, Fang Ping did not think too much about it. Wasn't the cat here? If it did not work, he would bring the cat to eat barbecue skewers. This cat liked to eat barbecue skewers. Now that the overseas immortal islands were everywhere, he could have a big meal. The human world. At the same time, all parties gathered in Magic City. A silhouette appeared in the wilderness. Looking around, the figure murmured, "I'm in the human world. Spiritual energy is really scarce, so scarce. How did these people cultivate to such a level?" Even if Earth's energy was recovering, it was still too scarce for perfected Lord Dijo. In the divine sect headquarters, that was the heavenly realm, the energy was extremely rich. In the divine sect headquarters, in the Forbidden Sea, he could absorb energy without restraint to replenish himself. In the human world, however, perfected Lord Dijo frowned slightly. If he absorbed energy here, he would probably set off an energy vortex and be discovered in the blink of an eye. The human world is really filthy, perfected Lord Dijo murmured. His figure moved and disappeared in an instant. He had already sensed the disciples' aura. After a while, in a courtyard, a few powerhouses knelt and said loudly, "Greetings, Pope." Perfected Lord Dijo frowned slightly and sat down on a chair. He was not used to it and said in a low voice, "Rebuild the human god temple immediately." He was used to being high and mighty. He was extremely uncomfortable sitting on a wooden chair in such a dilapidated place as the headquarters. "Pope." Below, an old man looked troubled. "Pope, Sino Nation and other countries in the human world are searching for us. Not long ago, the Cloud Wolf missionary was killed in Sun City. The others were also killed or captured." Perfected Lord Dijo's face was cold. After a while, he said lightly, "Are the few people who were captured in the divine sect dead?" "They were imprisoned in the Heavenly Department's prison. The previous divine sect's deputy pope was imprisoned together with them," Perfected Lord Dijo said lightly. "Heavenly Department? The dojo where Fang Ping is?" "Yes." "Isn't Fang Ping holding some meeting recently? If that's the case, I'll go take a look and save a few disciples who were captured." Perfected Lord Dijo was very confident. He was a veteran powerhouse. Among the 72 Lords God, he was not the one who ranked at the bottom. Now that he had entered the human world and Fang Ping had captured his people, of course, he could not sit back and do nothing. It was a good time to investigate the situation. Although it was not suitable for the Protector to touch Fang Ping now, it did not mean that he could not. Fang Ping had a divine weapon. Wang Jinyang and the others also had divine weapons. Perfected Lord Dijo was excited at the thought of it. Divine weapon. In the past, King Kuan was there, the Protector was there, the Protector was there. Even if he got the divine weapon, it might not be his. But now that he had it and the Protector was entangled by the Netherworld King, wouldn't it be his? If he was in the human world, the Protector might not come. If the news of the human world was blocked, the Protector might not even know. Divine weapon, a whole set of divine weapons. And the dojo of King Wu and the others might have some secrets too. Since King Wu and the others can cultivate the Emperor path, I might be able to. Perfected Lord Dijo was also ambitious. Now the human world was at its weakest. If the divine sect secretly controlled the whole human world, it was not impossible. Thinking of this, Perfected Lord Dijo said in a low voice, "Does the divine sect still have pawns? The 6 Holy Lands, are there people from the divine sect in the governments of the various countries? I would like to meet Fang Ping personally and meet him." Perhaps it was better not to show up now. As a representative, he would meet Fang Ping and weigh the pros and cons before taking action. Pope, the few people below were worried. Among these people, some were powerhouses left behind by the previous evil sections. They knew how scary Fong Ping was. When the previous Pope was around, he was cautious and the evil sects almost never showed up. In the end, they were still uprooted. First, he did not know anything about the situation. He just came and wanted to go to the gathering Magic City. Was he not afraid that something would happen? They were still hesitating. Perfected Lord Dijo snorted coldly. Why, my words don't work. I dare not. The old man suppressed his emotions and said hurriedly, I will arrange it immediately. This time, there are 20 countries in the meeting. One of them has a divine sect disciple hiding among them. If the Pope can restrain his aura, he can disguise himself as a representative of that country. Then we will arrange it this way. Perfected Lord Dijo was full of confidence. The strong could discover the weak's disguise, but for the weak to discover the strong. It was a fool's dream. According to human classification, his mentality was close to 13,000 hertz, and he had walked close to 4,000 meters on the origin path. To discover him, only powerhouses at the level of Mount Wangu Qinghua could do. Seeing that perfected Lord Dijo was full of confidence and could not listen to other people's opinions, they did not dare to say anything more. This person was much harder to serve than the previous Pope. The previous great Pope would rarely appear. The previous Pope was not considered weak, nor was he an idiot. On the contrary, under the circumstances of suppressing Heavenly King and the others, he could still root the evil sects in the human world. He was a character. However, the previous Pope was so low-key that it seemed like he did not exist. This, the few of them sighed in their hearts, hoping that it would be fine. After all, those powerhouses had left the human world. Now, Fong Ping was in charge of everything. Fong Ping was still young. The old man was gradually relieved. It would be fine. Chapter 10:28 Magic City. Baigong Yen walked to Fong Ping's side and whispered, Minister, Bangladesh just called. Their flight was affected. I'm afraid they can't come today. Fong Ping frowned slightly and said quickly, Hurry up. Fly here if you can't. Everyone is here. I have a meeting tomorrow. All right, I'll urge them to come as soon as possible. Although Bangladesh was not big, it had a large population and many powerhouses. Previously, they had also sent rank 9 powerhouses to participate in the war. However, the rank 9 powerhouses of each country were not strong. Most of them died in battle. Now, Bangladesh seemed to be left with only one rank 9 powerhouse. Among the countries, they were not the strongest but not the weakest either. Some countries did not even have a rank 9 anymore. However, Fong Ping had no intention of leaving them aside. In the previous battle in the Imperial battlefield, these people had also fought hard. Since they had contributed, they were qualified to participate in such a meeting. To participate in the decision-making of the future of mankind. Since the people from one country had not arrived, Fong Ping was not in a hurry to call the meeting. After thinking for a while, Fong Ping said, You guys settle the others first. I'll go take a look at Dragon Changing Heaven. All right. House of Governors, Guest Hall. When Fong Ping arrived, Wang Ruobing and Wang Hanyue were both there. Besides them, there were others. Ling Xiao was there too. Seeing Wang Ruobing and the others frowning and a little fearful, Ling Xiao was giggling and drinking tea. Fong Ping frowned and said in a low voice, Ling Xiao, this is where I'm hosting Dragon Changing Heaven. Wanwu Mountain is elsewhere. Don't run around. Magic City is very dangerous. Ling Xiao giggled. Little brother, don't scare me. I'm just here to see Sister Ruobing. Fong Ping glanced at her and said lightly, Why? Your strength is recovering to its peak. Is your confidence rising? Do you want to spar with me? Ling Xiao was originally at the peak. Later on, she slipped. After coming out from the Imperial battlefield, Fong Ping sensed that she was probably going to recover to the desperate realm. As for now, she was probably similar to Fong Ping before. She was also considered to be at the desperate realm. Ling Xiao giggled. How can I? Why must you be so heartless? Fighting and killing isn't good. Having said that, Ling Xiao laughed again. I'm just curious. Dragon-changing Heavenly Emperor seems to be a true dragon. Where's Sister Ruobing? That day, the dragon transformation Celestial Emperor transformation covered tens of thousands of meters of heaven and earth. Although he had transformed near the Forbidden Sea, Ling Xiao and the others had seen it. It was too shocking. As she spoke, Ling Xiao saw Fong Ping's frown and quickly said, Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation is a true dragon, perhaps the first dragon clan in the world. According to rumors, it might be related to the Emperor. It's said that one of the 9 emperors, the Beast Emperor, was a true dragon. Of course, it wasn't the current dragon clan. Perhaps the Beast Emperor could also be called the Dragon Emperor. Fong Ping looked at her calmly. What are you trying to say? Ling Xiao said with a smile, Beast Emperor. Although the demon beast race was not created by the Beast Emperor, the reason why the demon beast race can cultivate is greatly related to the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor is even more proficient than Quokang Mountain when it comes to controlling demon beasts. That's not all. It's said that the Beast King has a divine weapon that's used to suppress the demonic beast clan. He could even summon the entire demonic beast clan. Now, the demon race is wreaking havoc and there are countless experts. In the Sea of Bitterness, there are countless demon race. Mount Yu Hai is also. Also, it's said that the Sea Guardian and the Beast Emperor are on very good terms. Even the Sea Guardian might be the #1 powerhouse under the Beast Emperor's command. If Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation is really the first true dragon in the world, then perhaps he's the Beast Emperor's descendant, or perhaps he was created by the Beast Emperor. A load of nonsense. Wang Hanyue said coldly, Ling Xiao, if you dare to spout nonsense, don't blame me, Dragon Transformation, for fighting to the death with your Wang Wu lineage. Ling Xiao giggled and said, Spouting nonsense? Not necessarily. Some ancient legends, probably no one knows more than me, Wang Wu. It's said that something big happened in the Beast Emperor Palace back then. There was a mess. Is it related to Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation? Since Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation is a demon, why hasn't he shown his true form for many years? Also, is Sister Ruobing a demon too? If not for Venerable Emperor Dragon Transformation, a dragon, how could a human be born? Wang Ruobing's expression changed again and again. Ling Xiao looked at Fong Ping smilingly. But Fong Ping looked at her coldly, saying indifferently, Are you done? If you're done, you can leave. What are you trying to say? Dragon Transformation has the Beast Emperor's method of controlling the demon race? A divine artifact to summon and suppress the demon race? Or is it that there's simply an emperor hiding in Dragon Transformation? Ling Xiao frowned, not quite understanding Fong Ping's attitude. Dragon Transformation had so many secrets. Was Fong Ping not curious? Not tempted? Nowadays, the number of demons in the 3 realms was shocking, especially in Misery. There were countless demons. If he could really obtain that divine artifact of the Beast Emperor back then, perhaps it could suppress all the demons and be used by humans. Would he not be tempted? Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation hid for so many years, only revealing his true form at the last moment of his life. There must be a big secret. Fong Ping sneered and said, In the Wang Wu lineage, other than Venerable Emperor Moon Spirit, the rest are all idiots. In your Wang Wu lineage, the only one I like is Venerable Emperor Moon Spirit. No matter how overbearing, how crazy, dares to take responsibility for what he does, domineering and unparalleled, worthy of being the Emperor's descendant. As for you guys, don't give me this. Whatever I, Fong Ping, want, I will go and get it myself. If Dragon Transformation really has this divine artifact, do you think Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation will stay in Dragon Transformation? he would have taken it away long ago. Also, if he really has it, I'm afraid he would have controlled those demons that day. Is it your turn to sow discord with me? The catacombs' 4 main chambers. 2 main chambers are all demon powerhouses, close to 100 paragons, and 2 emperor ranks besides Water Power, Big Crow, and Dragon Emperor are all emperor ranks, and they still summon demons. If that's really the case, will Celestial Emperor Dragon Transformation not do it? Fang Ping said scornfully, unless he's an idiot. Also, you don't have to treat me as an idiot. Since Dragon Transformation is a partner of humans, I know what I'm doing. If you dare to sow discord again, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, Fang Ping said again, this news only you know now, only your Wang Wu lineage knows. If it gets out and someone finds trouble with Dragon Transformation, I'll find trouble with you. Fang Ping said lightly, your Wang Wu lineage, Venerable Emperor Moon's spirit won't feel bad even if all of you die. Don't think too highly of yourself. You haven't done what you promised me previously. I'd like to see how you're going to explain when Venerable Emperor Moon's spirit returns. Ling Xiao frowned, saying unhappily, there are some things that Wang Wu might not know. The divine sect has existed for many years, established by King Kuan. We know more than Wang Wu. When Dragon Transformation transformed previously, we weren't the only ones who saw it. Fang Ping, don't go too far. Fang Ping smiled and said, you guys have to settle that. Wang Wu and the divine sect have a blood feud, but why do I feel that you guys aren't anxious at all? Venerable Emperor Moon's spirit's husband was killed by King Kuan. Venerable Emperor Moon's spirit went crazy, but you guys are very relaxed. Ling Xiao was a little annoyed, saying unhappily, the divine sect has 2 emperor ranks. Are you sending us to our deaths? What's wrong with sending us to our deaths? Fang Ping said domineeringly, so what if I send you to your deaths? If you don't send yourself to your deaths, then I'll tell Venerable Emperor Moon's spirit, your Wang Wu people saw a great enemy with a blood feud, but not only did you not fight, but you even flirted with each other and mingled together. Back then, maybe it was you guys who secretly leaked the secret, revealing Prince Hongyu's whereabouts, causing him to be killed by King Kuan. Venerable Emperor Moon's spirit didn't see King Kuan pretending to be Prince Hongyu. It was you guys who saw it. Maybe it was also a scam that you guys created together. As he said that, Fang Ping was stunned. He suddenly looked at Ling Xiao, saying with a vigilant look, you guys, who actually saw Prince Hongyu appear that year? He did not even think of this. However, it was said that Moon Spirit's participation in the North-South War and even cooperation with the Divine Sect was related to Prince Hongyu. Unquestionable Jian said that he saw Prince Hongyu, saying that Prince Hongyu taught him swordsmanship. People from Mount Wangwu also said that they saw Prince Hongyu. Anyway, many people saw it, only Moon Spirit did not. Everyone said the same thing, Moon Spirit also believed it. Unquestionable Jian joined forces, and later, the Divine Sect and Mount Wangwu joined forces. The North-South War was only led by a few powerhouses in the dark. Without someone close to Moon Spirit to prove all this, Fang Ping did not think that Moon Spirit would believe it. Alright, it was hard to say. That woman was a little crazy, she might not investigate in detail. Ling Xiao frowned, saying in a low voice, Fang Ping, are you suspecting that someone in Mount Wangwu is colluding with the Divine Sect? Impossible. Back then, it was my master who discovered Prince Hongyu. My master was raised by my grandmaster. Don't talk nonsense. Fang Ping sneered. No wonder. I think Green Lotus is a traitor. This woman doesn't look like your grandmaster at all. Looks like you're also a traitor. Maybe you're the illegitimate daughter of Green Lotus and King Kuan. You! Ling Xiao was furious. Fang Ping said coldly, what's wrong? What's wrong with my logical speculation? Don't doubt me. I have a good mouth. If I say that Qi Huanyu is the son of King Ming, then he is. If I say that Ji Hong is Qi Huanyu's son, then he is. If I say that Hua Qidao is Li Zhu's son, then he is. If I say that you're King Kuan's daughter, I'm not far from the truth. No wonder your Mount Wang Wu and the divine sect have such a complicated relationship. Don't worry, I'll announce this to the world soon. You and the divine sect can continue to put on a show. Ling Xiao was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. Very quickly, she gritted her teeth and said, "You don't have to provoke us. The Mount Wang Wu and the divine sect will fight to the death. I don't need you to tell me this. However, you dared to insult my master. Fang Ping, do you really think that no one can do anything to you? You really think so?" Fang Ping said calmly, "Try me if you don't believe me. Call Qinghua over. I'll see if she can do anything to me. As for the Mount Wang Wu, I'll remember the favor of Venerable Sovereign Moon Spirit. You guys. I'm sorry, I don't owe you guys anything. I'm dealing with your master. You servants have to respect me. I asked you guys to send some treasures here previously. You guys made all sorts of excuses. Be careful, I'll ask the Pluto King to rob you guys later. Don't think that anyone will stand up for you. To put it bluntly, we're the only ones in the 3 realms. Don't you know how many people you've offended? Other than us, there's also the Church of the Gods. If the Church of the Gods dares to help you, it'll be a good time to prove that you've betrayed Monarch Moon Spirit. I'd like to see if you dare to ask the Church of the Gods to help you." Ling Xiao said coldly, "Fang Ping, Wang Wu, have come to the human realm this time to help. If you treat your ally like this, how will the other parties believe you, human? Hee hee." Fang Ping smiled and said, "What I need is an ally, not a boss. Humans did not have the habit of bowing and scraping. Partners? That sounds like they're cooperating. Stop talking to me. Once you guys arrived, Dragon Changing Heaven's side, Mystic Heaven's side, and Weiyu Mountain's side, Ling Xiao, I'm warning you, this is the humans' home ground. This is a meeting convened by me, Fang Ping. If you dare to play tricks with me again, I'll directly destroy your royal house. If you don't believe me, you can try. Just a few servants, your ambitions are rising. What, your Wang Wu wants to unify the 3 realms. Also, go back and warn Qinghua not to play any tricks. Do you really think I don't know? What were they trying to do by secretly contacting King Huai? Join forces to kill me? Idiot! Fang Ping scolded again. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Uncle Qinghua wouldn't do that. Don't slander us." "Forget it," Fang Ping said calmly. "It's not that easy to hide from me. Do you think I don't have spies in the catacombs? Among the 4 majestic courts, there are many people who want to cooperate with me. If there's even the slightest movement, I'll be able to receive intelligence very quickly. Including Tianyu, the Right Divine General, these people all have the intention to cooperate with me. Who would believe King Huai's 3 surname slave? Only your royal house is like an idiot, looking for him to cooperate." Fang Ping's eyes were cold and fierce. "If I find out next time, then you'll be an enemy. Enemies have their own way of dealing with enemies. I won't be merciful anymore." Having said that, Fang Ping said impatiently, "All right, go back. Go where you need to go. Don't be an eyesore here." Ling Xiao was so angry that his face turned red. Beside him, Wang Ruobing revealed a smile. Previously, they were forced by Ling Xiao to the point of being embarrassed. Now, Wang Hanyue suddenly realized that cooperating with Fang Ping was really cool. Although this fellow was very annoying, once they were on the same side, all of his annoying shortcomings became advantages. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, stomped her feet, and left in a huff. She had not gone far when Fang Ping muttered, "She's already a few thousand years old, but she has to stomp her feet like a little girl. She's so bored." As soon as these words came out, Wang Hanyue and Wang Ruobing were embarrassed. These words? All right, pretend they did not hear it. After Ling Xiao left, Fang Ping sat down and said with a smile, "What Ling Xiao said just now was true? Is dragon transformation really related to Beast Emperor?" Wang Hanyue frowned and said, Nonsense. Dragon transformation is dragon transformation. As for Venerable Emperor, we don't know what's going on either. Maybe it's just a kind of beast transformation combat technique. Wang Ruobing also said softly, I don't know why Father could transform into a dragon. All these years, Father has never mentioned this, let alone the past. But Father is indeed very old. In the three realms, those who are older than Father are probably Sky Emperor and the others. Everyone knew that the dragon transformation Celestial Emperor was ancient. When the Azure Cat Tengu was still young, the dragon transformation Celestial Emperor had met them in the heavenly realm. And how old was the Azure Cat Tengu? Ordinary people might not know and could not calculate it. Hearing that, Fang Ping nodded slightly and said, Then let's not ask about this. Where is the Beast Emperor's divine weapon? Maybe it's destroyed. Don't worry too much. It was not like divine weapons were unheard of being destroyed. If there was really a divine weapon, the possibility of it being picked up by the Azure Cat was higher. He should ask later. Fang Ping changed the topic and asked, On Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor's side, what's his personality like? How does he treat you guys? The Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor said before to let us humans take care of you guys. If there's any problem, just say it. I, Fang Ping, dare not promise anything else. If there's any problem below Emperor rank, the humans will take care of it. Also, how's the situation on Chang Rongtian's side? Is there any trouble that we need to solve? Wang Ruobing said softly, Thank you for your concern, Minister Fang. Senior brother Xingjun is my father's direct disciple. He won't mistreat Ruobing, that's good. Fang Ping did not say much. He smiled and said, If you think Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor is safe, then stay there. If you think it's inappropriate, then stay in the human world. Just stay in Magic City and protect your safety. I'm still confident. There was a cat in Magic City. In the whole world, there was no safer place than this. Of course, in the beginning, Fang Ping went to the Azure Cat to clarify things and help protect it. Otherwise, with the Azure Cat's lazy personality, it might not even take a look if someone died in front of it. After all, the Azure Cat was not a human. It would treat whoever it liked well. For those it did not know, the Azure Cat would not care about their life and death. Thank you, we'll consider it. All right then, let's do that. Fang Ping did not say anything else. Looking at Wang Ruobing's intentions, she was not going to stay. Fang Ping did not care about her anymore. It was fine as long as he fulfilled his responsibility. The Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor said that when he died, the people of Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor would move to Earth. Now, it seemed that these people had their own ideas. Be careful. Many people saw the Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor transforming into a dragon that day. Since Ling Xiao knows about the rumors, others might not be unaware. You guys be careful. I won't say anything else. Fang Ping did not stay and quickly left the guest hall. As soon as he left, Wang Hanyue was deeply worried and said in a low voice, Junior sister, if it's really like what Fang Ping said, once the news gets out we'll be in big trouble. Wang Ruobing said softly, Senior sister, even if Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor has divine weapons, Senior brother Xingjun is still here. The humans also have a few divine weapons. Why don't we see the other parties? Wang Hanyue smiled bitterly and sighed. Junior sister, you're too naive. We can't compare to the humans. The humans may be weak, but that's relatively speaking, compared to the other major forces. But in the past 100 years, the humans have killed their way to fame and created a bloody path. You've also seen the battle at the Graveyard of Gods. Under those circumstances, they killed enemies that were 10 times stronger than them. Marshal King and the others, under the circumstances where they were far from being able to defeat the other parties, fought to the death and killed until they were afraid of the powerhouses of the three realms. Dragon Transformation Celestial Emperor. Master's time is coming to an end. Perhaps by now, who would be afraid of us? Senior brother Xingjun is not weak, but in the Three Realms, if you ask any of the top powerhouses, they would only be afraid of Fang Ping and not senior brother Xingjun. Fang Ping berated Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was angry but dared not say anything. If it was senior brother Xingjun, a great battle would have broken out just now. Ling Xiao is not a good-tempered person. Back then, she was called the Witch. She even dared to kill her way into the blessed grotto heaven alone and kill the other's chief. She's not a coward. Wang Ruobing frowned slightly. Then just now? Wang Hanyue smiled bitterly again. Do you think Fang Ping was joking when he said he killed her and destroyed Wang Wu? Was it a threat? Wang Ruobing was speechless. It's true. Wang Hanyue took a deep breath. If Ling Xiao didn't respond properly just now, Fang Ping would really do it. Ling Xiao explained again and again that she wouldn't collude with the divine sect and wouldn't leak secret. Do you think senior brother Xingjun was here? What would Ling Xiao explain? Although Ling Xiao's tone was unfriendly just now, she was defending herself. This was not Ling Xiao's character. Wang Ruobing still had some understanding of Ling Xiao. Although Dragon Changing Heaven was a grandmaster and did not have much contact with the boundaries, he was not completely ignorant of some things. If it was Dragon Changing Heaven, the situation today would not be like this. Wang Ruobing nodded slightly. After a while, she said, Senior sister, father, is he really a demon? Wang Hanyue shook her head. She was not sure about this. It was unknown how many people in the Three Realms knew. At least for all these years, no one had mentioned this. Just as the two of them were discussing, Fang Ping had a little contact with all parties and did not stay long in the House of Governors. The meeting could not be held today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. At this moment, Fang Ping's interest in the Beast Emperor's divine weapon was piqued. He might appear nonchalant in front of Dragon Changing Heaven and Wang Hanyue. However, if there really was such a divine weapon, Fang Ping was almost drooling. To control the demons. There were too many demons in the Three Realms. There were a lot of rank 9 demons in the Forbidden Sea. If there was such a divine weapon, who cared about alliances? He could just summon the demons and crush them. The Fang family. Fang Ping grabbed the escaping cat and dragged its tail. With a fake smile on his face, he said, Brother Cat, I just have one question. Where is the Beast Emperor's divine weapon that can control the demons? Brother Cat, is it here? Lend it to me. Meow. The cat screamed. Here it comes again. No. It's not here. Brother Cat, don't be like this. You must know where it is? I don't know. Help. The cat looked sad. How would it know? It had been so annoying recently. It wanted to sneakily shove the liar into a trap. Fang Ping was all smiles. Don't, Brother Cat. Tell me. I'll bring you to eat delicious food tomorrow. Big liar! The cat's face was bitter. Its chubby face was scrunched up into a ball. It was terrifyingly fat. Fang Ping could not hold it in anymore. He reached out and pinched it. This chubby face was so fleshy. The cat looked at him listlessly. What an annoying cat. The liar had nothing to do recently. He was looking for trouble every day. He had to find something for him to do. The Beast Emperor's divine artifact. The Beast Emperor's divine artifact, the cat seemed to be thinking. After a while it said, I remember now. I remember that the Beast Emperor put the divine artifact in a very secret place. Then it was stolen. Stolen? Yes. The cat said solemnly, someone stole it. That year, the Beast Emperor Palace was in chaos. The Dragon Transformation Emperor. You know about it too? The cat said in surprise, it's him. That old man in Dragon Transformation stole it. Then the Beast Emperor didn't look for trouble with him? I don't know about that. You should go to the Dragon Transformation Sky when you're free. Maybe it's still there. That divine artifact is really powerful. Fang Ping rubbed his chin. What Ling Xiao said was actually true. Could this divine artifact really be in the dragon transformation sky? Thank you, Big Cat. I'll leave first. Go on, the cat hurriedly shooed him away. After Fong Ping left, it sat down on the lawn. Its chubby face scrunched up again. Idiot! The Beast Emperor's divine artifact. Didn't the Beast Emperor's divine artifact become the god-restraining staff? It's all broken. I used it to fish. How can there be any left? The cat was disdainful. The liar was really stupid. The god-restraining staff was broken, okay? Otherwise, it would have been used to fight the demons. Once hit, it would not move. It was also very powerful now. Fishing, it could catch big fish. Otherwise, how could it catch those top big fish, emperor-level big fish? The liar actually did not know. How stupid! He finally tricked the liar away. The cat grinned from ear to ear. Go to the catacombs to find the divine artifact. Don't come back. You'll annoy me when you come back. Just as he was laughing, the cat suddenly looked at the sky and said with a sad face, "Why did another true god come? I don't care anymore. You guys fight. Just don't fight here. If you fight, I'll throw you all into the catacombs." At the thought of this, the cat suddenly stood up. No, I have to go to the place where they are meeting and set up a big array. The kind that connects directly to the boundary wall. If they fight, I'll throw you all into the depths of the catacombs. I'll make you go far away. Humph! I'll go find some good stuff and block all the passageways. I won't let the liar come back. The cat was determined. Thinking about it, it was so tiring. Unless he found 107 pieces of celestial realm fragments, only then could he block the passageways. Otherwise, it would be very difficult. Although he could find them himself, moving them back would tire the cat out. Forget it, I won't look for them anymore. I'll just throw them far away. The cat lay down again. He did not want to think anymore. It was better to continue basking in the sun. Chapter 10:29. After leaving Tsang Mao's place, Fong Ping was still interested in the Beast Emperor's divine weapon. A divine weapon that could control demons. This was more useful than other divine weapons. Dragon transformation. Looks like I'll have to go take a look when I have the time. Of the 22 Grandmasters, Fong Ping had not been to any of the Grandmasters other than Black Heaven once. Not long after leaving the Fong family, Fong Ping received news that the people from Mingjia had arrived. Since they were here, Fong Ping did not delay any further. He decided to hold the Alliance meeting on the 13th, House of Governors. Magic City House of Governors. The place was huge. There was a VIP building for VIPs inside. In this era, powerhouses were VIPs. The reason why the VIP building was arranged in the House of Governors was to show how important it was. It was also to make it easier to monitor these powerhouses. The destructive power of powerhouses was too strong. Moreover, it was in a bustling place. They had to be careful. Magic City House of Governors was also heavily guarded. Magic City Governor Huang Qi had just entered rank 9 this year. It was rare for a rank 9 to be a governor. It showed how much Sino Nation valued Magic City. At this moment, Huang Qi was personally bringing powerhouses to tour Magic City House of Governors. This is where the Department of Investigation Services is located. Almost all the major organizations in Magic City had their headquarters inside the House of Governors. Huang Qi pointed at a small building in front of him and smiled. Magic City martial artists, big or small, are all recorded in the Department of Investigation Services. In the past few years, the Department of Investigation Services' main mission was to hunt down evil sect martial artists and protect the people. Now, the Department of Investigation Services has also begun to get involved in the catacombs. As soon as he said that, a powerhouse from another country laughed. The evil sect is just a clown. Minister Fong annihilated the evil sect headquarters last year. He finally got rid of the tumor for humanity. Yes, the evil sect attacked Minister Fong several times. In the end, they were annihilated by Minister Fong. It's considered retribution. A few powerhouses flattered him. Today, Fong Ping was extremely powerful. Everyone needed Fong Ping to take care of them. Huang Qi smiled. Just as he was about to say something, the leader of Bangladesh, a dark-skinned middle-aged man of average height, who had just arrived, said in a flat voice, "It's said that the cult that Minister Fong annihilated was just an insignificant branch. The main sect of the cult is the divine sect, which has countless experts. Governor General Huang, does Minister Fong have any plans to deal with the evil cult?" After saying that, the middle-aged man continued, "Minister Fong doesn't get along with the evil cult, you know that. But now, most of the human powerhouses have left. Now that we are at odds with the evil cult, the humans may suffer great losses." Huang Qi frowned slightly and quickly said with a smile, "Mr. Hart, everyone has the right to punish evil cults. Now that things have come to this, we can't let the evil cult spread those world-destroying theories on Earth, right?" The dark-skinned middle-aged man spoke again. "Governor Huang, please don't misunderstand. I'm just giving some suggestions. Evil cults don't necessarily have to pay a huge price, or even pay the price of failure to become enemies. It's not impossible to turn enemies into friends, or even to rope in humans." Huang Qi's frown deepened as soon as he heard that. Hada continued, "According to the previous ranking, the evil cult has 2 emperor-level powerhouses and many peak-level powerhouses. The strength of the entire human race is no match for them. In the last battle, all of us suffered heavy losses, and a large number of experts died in battle. If we continue to fight against the evil sects, how many experts can we lose?" Hada sighed softly. "Sino Nation has a great cause. Minister Fong and Commander Li are both in Sino Nation. The evil cult may not dare to invade Sino Nation. But our family is small, and I'm the only rank 9 in Bangladesh. If the evil cult attacks, how can Bangladesh defend against it?" As soon as Hada's words fell, some of the country's powerhouses frowned slightly, hesitating slightly. Now, the evil cult seemed to have returned, and there were signs of a comeback. Of course, Sino Nation was not afraid. There were many rank 9 powerhouses in Sino Nation, Li Zhen and Fong Ping. Previously in Sun City, a rank 9 and a few high-ranked powerhouses were easily killed. Plus, Star City was also within Sino Nation's borders, so Sino Nation had the capital to defend against the evil cult. But what about them? In the previous battle in the Imperial Battleground, rank 9s from various countries died, and rank 9s from several major holy lands also suffered heavy losses. Now, did they still have the strength to defend against the evil cult's invasion? At this time, a Western blonde man said, "Governor Huang, this matter needs to be discussed properly. Should the strategy to deal with the evil cult be the same as before, that we must annihilate them? In the past few years, we did not care about the evil cult, and they did not grow stronger," Huang Qi frowned. "You can't say that. At that time, Minister Zhang and the rest were in Sino Nation, and they united all parties to suppress the evil cult's development. That's why the evil cult did not grow stronger. However, if we leave it alone, it will be a huge problem." Huang Qi said in a low voice, "Do you all really think that the evil cult can really coexist peacefully? There have been many cases of evil cult members attacking and killing human powerhouses before, and they have also colluded with the catacombs. They are also unscrupulous in their actions, preaching about the end of the world, and disturbing the people's hearts. Long before the evil cult was annihilated, they advocated opening the passageway, allowing the catacombs' powerhouses to invade, killing the weak, and preserving the elites. This kind of fallacy goes against the spirit of neo-martial artists. If we let it go all these years, the good situation that we have managed with great difficulty will soon fall short of success. Everyone is selfish, everyone wants to protect themselves, and everyone thinks of themselves as elite. How is that any different from the catacombs? Huang Qi said unhappily. The evil cult wants to lead humans into a second catacombs, but humans are not as strong as the catacombs. We are strong now because we work together. Everyone, don't tell me you don't even understand this? Hard sighed and said, Governor General Huang, you may say that, but you also have to consider the current situation of our countries. Minister Fang is very strong, but he is not as strong as the martial kings and the rest. It is difficult for him to completely intimidate the evil cult, Huang Qi said calmly. The evil cult members who have entered Earth now are just clowns. Sino Nation will soon organize all parties to annihilate these evil cult members. As for Emperor level and peak level, naturally, Minister Fang and the rest will deal with them. You all don't have to worry. Hard pondered for a moment, then said slowly, Since Governor General Huang has said so, then we will not question Sino Nation's decision. However, I heard that Commander Li Jin's injuries are very serious, and I am worried that Commander Li will encounter a crisis. Although Bangladesh is small and poor, we still have some unique treasures. If Commander Li needs them, please let us know. We will help Commander Li recover as soon as possible. This way our countries will have more confidence. Yes, Commander Li is injured. Although we can't help much, we will feel more at ease if we can help. At this time, a powerhouse from the Holy Land looked at the Li family's representative, Li Mo, and said, Grandmaster Li Mo, how is Commander Li's injury now? Li Mo said calmly, Thank you for your concern. Commander Li is doing well. He is now recuperating and will recover very soon. Hard heard this and asked again, Will Commander Li attend this meeting? I'm not sure yet. Huang Qi smiled and said, Currently, Commander Li is only in contact with Minister Fang. However, a few days ago, Commander Li and Minister Fang went to the catacombs together and announced the ranking list. This time, he may attend the meeting. Hard said emotionally, Now, the overall situation of humanity depends on Commander Li and Minister Fang. If Commander Li comes, he will be able to lift the morale of the people and boost our morale. If he doesn't come, I feel a little afraid. Is Minister Fang not enough to boost everyone's morale? Huang Qi smiled and said, Minister Fang has entered the impasse realm. His combat strength is extremely strong. Previously in the catacombs, he killed many peak-level martial artists, so there is no need for everyone to worry. Minister Fang's achievements in the past few years are enough to prove everything. That's true. Hard nodded slightly and said with a smile, This time in Sino Nation, Bangladesh also intends to invite Minister Fang to Bangladesh for an inspection. Nowadays, all the young martial artists in the country worship Minister Fang very much. If Minister Fang can give us some pointers, I think Bangladesh's morale will definitely be greatly boosted. It all depends on whether Minister Fang has the time to go. I will mention it to Minister Fang. After Huang Qi finished speaking, Hard asked again, Governor General Huang, will we have the chance to go to the Heaven Division for a look? I heard that there are many powerhouses in the Heaven Division. It will also broaden the horizons of small countries like us. Huang Qi smiled and said, Mr. Hard did not come last time. The previous meeting was held in the Heaven Division. However, the Heaven Division is in the sea, so it will be a little troublesome to go there. This time, we have chosen to hold it in Magic City. We will see how the rear department head arranges it. It should not be a big problem to go to the Heaven Division to take a look. That's good. I have been looking forward to the Heaven Division for a long time. Hard laugh. Huang Qi did not say anything more and continued to show everyone around. After a while, all the forces finished touring the governor's manor and waited for the evening banquet. Everyone returned to their respective VIP buildings to rest. As they walked back, Hard sent a telepathic message to the staff next to him. I see that the other countries do not have the intention to go against the God sect. Does that mean that China is the only one targeting the God sect? Sir, the other countries are weak and are not a concern. China is the most powerful and dominates the entire human world. If China targets the God sect, it is actually humans targeting the God sect. You guys are too useless. Hard's eyes flashed and he sent a telepathic message. All these years, the God sect's influence in the human world has been getting worse. I don't know how you guys are doing it. You are all useless. Only when there is great chaos will there be great governance. The God sect secretly created some bloodshed and came out to save the world as a savior. Didn't those foolish humans easily join the God sect? Blindly appeasing and blindly bloodshed will not make the God sect stronger. When the butcher's knife descends and the gods save the world, everything is under the control of the God sect. Why should we worry about the God sect not being able to strengthen in the human world? Perfected Lord Dezhou, who was impersonating Hard, was full of confidence. He sent a telepathic message. Killing can make people fearful. Gods can make people believe in them and receive spiritual salvation. I don't know why the God sect has declined to this extent in the human world after so many years. Sir, the powerhouse who was disguised as a staff beside him said hesitantly, Sir, if this is the case, I am worried that it will cause public anger. The God sect has existed in the human world for so many years because they only target some rebellious martial artists. Ignorant! Perfected Lord Dezhou scolded through telepathic message. The God sect has dominated the three realms but has failed repeatedly in the human world, which is the weakest. It is all because of your incompetence. Public anger? Isn't the current God sect enough to explain everything? It is because of your concerns that the God sect branch was destroyed and became Fang Ping's merit. The staff did not utter a word. He did not know how to explain. I am guessing that Li Zhen will not appear this time. I am afraid he may not be in the human world. Say, if he attacked this time and killed all the leaders, will it cause complete chaos in the human world? Perfected Lord Dezhou said excitedly, after killing them, the God sect will come into the human world during the chaos and save the human world. I will communicate with the Guardian and arrange for people to attack the human world. I will lead people to resist the God sect's invasion. This way we can also distinguish the God sect from the evil sect that they speak of. Let the people of the God sect become heroes. This way it would be easier to seize the power of the human world. After killing Fang Ping and the others, he would lead the powerhouses to resist the strong enemy. When people were weak, they needed someone to rely on the most. As for himself, he would provide support for the humans at that time. Perfected Lord Dezhou could imagine all this. It was not the first time they had done this kind of thing. Sir, Fang Ping has already entered the impasse realm. Ridiculous! Perfected Lord Dezhou said coldly, it is just a rumor. He has not entered this realm. When I came, I checked once. This person is still at the origin realm. However, his combat strength should have increased a little. His origin has gone further. He may not have the combat strength of a true god. After saying that, Perfected Lord Dezhou said again, even if he has really entered the true god realm, it will be easy for me to kill him. As for whether I should kill him here or invite him to Bangladesh to kill him, Perfected Lord Dezhou said hesitantly, the appearance of an unfamiliar powerhouse may cause some people to not trust him. I am thinking, why not kill Fang Ping secretly, pretend to be Fang Ping, and rule the human world? If he pretended to be Fang Ping, no one except Li Zhen would be able to tell that he was a fake. As for Li Zhen, if Li Zhen dared to show up, the Thunder Guardian would not let Li Zhen go. If I make a move in Magic City, it may cause chaos and make it easier for Li Zhen to return. Maybe luring him to Bangladesh and killing him on the way is more suitable. The people around him stopped talking. Perfected Lord Dezhou came to Earth and was in a hurry to make some big moves. He could understand that a new official would make changes. However, he felt that it was not appropriate to set the target on Fong Ping. After hesitating for a while, he still said, "Sir, why not create some chaos in the outer realm and lure Fong Ping away? Once he leaves, no one in the human world can suppress the God sect. We can slowly plan." "Slowly?" Perfected Lord Dezhou said coldly. "How many years has it been? Who knows when Heavenly King Garrison and the others will return? This is the time to seize the initiative. Idiots! I think all of you are afraid, a bunch of useless people. Tomorrow, act according to my orders." Perfected Lord Dezhou said this and ignored this person, quickly entering the VIP building. At the same time, Macmao. Fong Ping did not return to the Heavenly Division but stayed in MCMAU Villa area. Villa number 8. Fong Ping looked at old Wu with a face full of ridicule. Opposite him, Wu Quishan hung up the phone and said lightly, "What are you looking at? I'm curious. Why is Minister Wu at my instructor's house?" Wu Quishan really wanted to smack him to death. Was there something wrong with him being at his wife's house? Too lazy to say anything, Wu Quishan snorted softly. Governor General Huang called. "Everyone has arrived and will meet in the afternoon. Everyone is mainly worried about one thing. How is Commander Li's injury? Oh, one more thing. The evil sect is too powerful. Now everyone is a little afraid. I say, when you made up the ranking list, couldn't you suppress it a little? You made the evil sect the target of everyone's attention, but it also made the humans lose some confidence, especially in the desperate situation. You're the only one on the human side. I'm worth 100. Fong Ping looked confident. Wu Quishan really wanted to kill him, but after thinking about it, he probably was not Fong Ping's opponent, so he quickly changed the topic. "Stop talking nonsense. How is Commander Li's situation?" "Fong Ping, it's best to let Commander Li appear at this time to raise the morale of the people. Commander Li has always been Sino Nation's #1 powerhouse. Only when he's around will everyone feel at ease. As for you, you're still a little inexperienced. You don't have Commander Li's charisma and confidence." "Commander Li," Fong Ping smiled. "Commander Li has a lot of things to do. How would he have time to come back?" Wu Quishan looked at him. After a while, he suddenly said telepathically, "Kid, don't tell me that Commander Li actually went in? I felt that something was wrong. At that critical moment, with Commander Li's personality, how could he have stayed? If he had stayed, there would definitely be Emperor-level powerhouses who stayed behind to hunt him down and suppress him. Also, if Commander Li was really here, no matter how serious his injuries were, he would have appeared to appease all parties. I don't believe that he could hold it in. Fong Ping, tell me honestly, if Commander Li was here, are you trying to fool everyone?" Wu Quishan was not stupid. He felt that something was wrong. Li Zhen was not the kind of person who hid things. If he was here, he might have already attacked the catacombs. A near-emperor powerhouse was invincible in the catacombs right now. With Li Zhen's personality, it was normal for him to kill those catacombs' true kings with a sword. As for the previous ranking announcement, Wu Quishan had already received information that Fong Ping, a guy who did not like to use his privileges, had used them recently. In the district where the Fong family was located, especially near the Fong family's villa, everyone had moved away. According to Fong Ping, he would often go back to do some combat techniques deduction. It was very dangerous. Nearby, there were also some Heaven Division powerhouses guarding. This was very wrong. Fong Ping was deducing combat technique. Why did he have to go home? Wu Quishan had some vague speculations. Fong Ping was all smiles, saying calmly, "Minister Wu, I don't understand what you mean. I, Fong Ping, am not the kind of person who talks nonsense. That's enough." As soon as he said that, Wu Quishan almost cursed. Fine, this kid was 100% bluffing. Big trouble. Li Zhen was actually not here. To think that this kid was so arrogant. You are not even a paragon, Aren't you afraid of being exposed and instantly being attacked by other parties? That cat is there? Wu Quishan asked suddenly. Fang Ping smiled. What cat? All right, I won't ask any more. Wu Quishan took a deep breath, suppressing the palpitation in his heart. He said in a low voice, I'll pretend I didn't ask. But you, kid, take it easy. This is not a joke. Billions of human lives are at stake. You really have to think twice before you act. Fang Ping ignored him. He looked toward the kitchen, smiling. Instructor, do you know how to cook? It's rare for you to come here for a meal. You won't be making us charcoal, will you? In the kitchen, Lu Fengru said in an unfriendly tone, If you don't want to eat, then scram. What's with all the nonsense? Instructor, what are you saying? I am, after all. You are the Celestial Emperor. So what? Fang Ping was speechless. I'm not Tengu. Whoever wants to be can be it. Instructor, is there any good news in MCMAU recently? Is there any hope of advancing to rank 9? Maybe I should give it a try. MCMAU is where I started. Moreover, there are many powerhouses in MCMAU. If I can really materialize MCMAU, it's very likely that the integration will be faster than Sun City. Moreover, when that time comes, there might be a group of powerhouses emerging from MCMAU. Fang Ping fell into deep thought. Previously, he had thought of materializing a city. Now that he had changed it to a school, there should be hope, right? He had left too many traces in MCMAU, and he really had feelings for MCMAU. Without MCMAU's strong support, he might have been finished when he was still weak. Now, MCMAU's instructors and students could no longer keep up with his pace. Now, Fang Ping had no choice but to give up on focusing on MCMAU, because there was not much MCMAU could do to help him with what he wanted to do. I can try. Fang Ping made a decision in his heart. After the meeting tomorrow, he would come to MCMAU for a walk and try more. He also hoped that these teachers could become stronger, and not be like now. Everyone was actually very anxious even though they did not say anything. Fang Ping fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Wu Quishan was a little happy. Looking at Fang Ping, maybe MCMAU could be like Sun City? As for the origin formation, he did not really believe it. This kid Fang Ping had a way of fooling people. Wu Quishan guessed that it might be related to Fang Ping's materialization. I hope so. Wu Quishan was also looking forward to it. As these people became stronger, MCMAU's people could not keep up, and he actually felt bad. Becoming stronger might not be a good thing, at least it would be more dangerous. However, if they did not become stronger, those old buddies of the past would be left behind, and those old buddies would not be satisfied either. If this went on, those at the front would be lonely, and those at the back would also walk further and further away. During this dinner, everyone was thinking about their own matters, and the food was a little tasteless. The few of them ate the half-cooked food randomly, not caring if it was delicious or not. Wu Quishan, who was absent-minded, even bit the metal plate into pieces. He ate with relish. If an ordinary person saw this, they would probably be dumbfounded. The sky gradually darkened. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1030. The next day, 13th of March, the House of Governors. Powerhouses from all sides gathered in the magnificent State Guest Hall. The powerhouses whispered and chatted in low voices. In the crowd, the No-Chi Force Bull looked dissatisfied and suddenly shouted, "That, change old Bull's seat." When others sat on the sofa, it sat on the sofa too. The key thing was, it was too uncomfortable. Not to mention that the seat was too small, it did not even dare to use force. A little force would break it. Humans are so troublesome. Why did they make the seat so soft? Unlike the demons, the throne they made was huge and sturdy. That was domineering. The human race was petty. Of course, it said this in its heart. Since yesterday, it had a sense of danger in its heart. It was afraid of being targeted, so it did not say it out loud. As it spoke, the buffalo swung its tail, sweeping Hard, who was beside it. Hard frowned slightly. He did not say a word, but he was annoyed. How dare they arrange for me and this stupid bull to sit together? Yet, this stupid bull did not realize it, swinging its tail everywhere. This made him extremely angry. If it was not here, he would have killed this stupid bull long ago. Just as the No-Chi force was roaring to change seats, the hall door opened. Fong Ping stepped in, glanced at it, and said lightly, "There's no seat that suits you. Make do with it. If you can't, just lie down first." The No-Chi force was a little embarrassed. It was a little afraid of Fong Ping. It was fine if the patriarch was still here. Now that the patriarch was not here, it had no confidence. The Hydro God clan did not have a desperate abyss this time. It was not as confident as Luo Yu and the others. At least they had absolute abyss holding the fort. Minister Fong. Minister Fong, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look even more energetic. The others greeted him one after another. Fong Ping nodded slightly and went straight to the main seat. Sitting down on the main seat, Fong Ping looked around and said, "The 3 major territories, the 6 grandmasters, the 4 overseas immortal islands, the 6 holy lands, and the 19 human countries. Everyone who should be here is here. Then I'll get straight to the point. I'll cut to the chase." Fong Ping was very direct. He opened his mouth and said, "Let's talk about the first thing first. The 107 passageways in the catacombs have been opened. Although the number of catacombs foreign invasions has decreased, we still have to defend against them. There are 24 passageways in China. This time, the 6 great grandmasters and the 3 great realms are preparing to enter one of the passageways. That makes 9 passageways." Ling Xiao frowned slightly, saying, "Fong Ping, if the disciples of Mount Wangu don't leave the mountain." Fong Ping looked at her and said slowly, "Mount Wangu is between the 2nd Southern Territory and the 1st Southern Territory. Do you want to choose one or both of them? Let me say this in advance. If you do not defend, then you are not allowed to open the passage. I don't want to see anyone opening the portal on Earth without permission." Ling Xiao was silent for a moment before replying, "The southern region. Don't think that I'm threatening anyone. There are benefits to guarding the passage. Without the passage there would be no human today. Of course, you might say that we don't lack resources, but this isn't a matter of resources. It's a matter of providing you with opportunities to become stronger. If we don't guard the passage, how can there be so many battles? If I don't fight, how can I improve my strength?" Having said that, Fong Ping said, "Then we'll arrange it this way. Among the 9 passageways, we've discussed before which one you will be assigned. In this way, the humans will guard 98 passageways. Sino Nation will be left with 15 passageways. The Southern Territory still has 2 passageways in other small countries. We will help to guard these 2 passageways. In other words, the entire 27 territories in the Southern Territory will be guarded by Sino Nation." At this point, the golden-haired powerhouse from the Hall of Gods thought for a while and said, "Minister Fong, in this way, there are still 81 passageways. If it were in the past, we could also guard them. But now all sides have suffered heavy losses. 81 passageways. There are 19 passageways in the Hall of Gods alone. We might not have the strength to guard them. There are 18 passageways in the ancient Buddha sacred land too. I'm afraid it will be difficult to guard them." The 2 sacred lands had many passageways in their territories. A total of 37 passageways. The 2 sacred lands were not weak in the past, but they had suffered heavy losses this time. They might not have the ability to guard them. Fong Ping smiled. "It's fine. Both of you can gather some powerhouses from the nearby countries to make up a total of 37 rank 9s. One person guarding a passageway should be enough. But it was fine in the past. But now," Fong Ping smiled. "Don't worry. The catacombs don't have so much energy to attack humans now. Of course, if there is a crisis, Sino Nation will help all sides." After hearing what he said, Everyone had no choice but to agree. Everyone was doing the defense of the passageways now. There was no need to instruct them. Soon, Fong Ping started the second topic. Secondly, it's about the revival of the evil sect. The evil sect is wreaking havoc in the catacombs and the Forbidden Sea. We can't let them take root on Earth. Powerhouses from various countries and sacred lands, pay more attention. Once you discover traces of the evil sect, if you can't wipe them out, inform Sino Nation. Sino Nation will wipe them out. We can't let the evil sect, this malignant tumor, be active on Earth. Having said that, Fong Ping was about to continue when Hard said, Minister Fong, I've discussed this with Governor General Huang and the rest yesterday. Right now, the evil sect has not shown any intention to be hostile to humans. Why don't we ignore them? That won't do. Fong Ping rejected immediately. We can't give them a chance to breathe. This sect is a malignant tumor. If we don't get rid of it now, it will breed big trouble in the future. Humans don't need to compromise with this kind of evil force. Hard laughed. I don't mean to compromise. I mean to ignore them first. When we're stronger, we'll wipe them out. Then it's too late. Fong Ping laughed. Mr. Hard, the evil sect can't be left alone. The longer we delay, the easier it is for something to happen. That's why after this meeting, the first thing we need to do is to wipe them out. If the base camp is not safe, then no matter how well the frontline battles are fought, it will be easy for something to happen. The first task is to wipe out the evil sect. Hard was slightly surprised. He looked shocked, but he snorted inwardly. Fong Ping's hostility toward the divine sect was too great. This time, it was said that the purpose of the meeting was to take revenge on some grandmasters or to counterattack the catacombs. Unexpectedly, Fong Ping told him firmly that the first task was to target the divine sect. If that was the case, there would be no chance for both sides to ease up. I've given you a chance. True Lord Earthweak muttered in his heart. I've given you a chance. If you're not in a hurry to go against the divine sect, maybe I can let you go. But since you're so determined to wipe out the divine sect, then we can't let it go. Fong Ping saw that he was silent, laughed and said, If everyone has no objections, then let's move on to the third topic. Fong Ping continued, Thirdly, this time I'm preparing to carry out a joint training. We'll mainly attack the catacombs, wipe out 1 or 2 foreign territories, seize some cultivation resources, and let all parties cooperate once to see the result. In the future, there will be many joint battles between all parties. As soon as he said that, someone looked at Fong Ping in surprise. Didn't he say that they would wipe out the territories? How did it become the catacombs? On the side of the ancient Buddha Holy Land, Butoya, who had already advanced to rank 8, said slowly, Minister Fong, if this is the case, will it cause the catacombs to join forces and target us humans again? No worries, this time we're targeting the Sky Plants Royal Court. As for the Destiny Royal Court, ask their people to retreat. Fong Ping laughed and said, I know the few paragons in the Sky Plants Royal Court now. No one will believe in King Huai. The right God General needs to stay in the Imperial City. As for Tianyu, it's the guardian demon of the Royal Court. Monster plants are difficult to move, so I'm afraid it won't come. In addition, some of the foreign territory city lords have been stirring recently, wanting to enter the inner territory. Maybe if we do this, we'll still be following the wishes of both parties. The foreign territory can't wait to have a reason to leave now and enter the inner territory. The inner territory can't wait for us to kill these foreign powerhouses and give them some time to catch their breath. This time we're not targeting all parties, just the Sky Plants Royal Court. This way the pressure will be much less. Moreover, it's not for the sake of launching an all-out war. Just wiping out 1 or 2 catacombs won't cause too much of a stir. Having said that, Fong Ping looked at the Grandmaster powerhouses and said with a smile, Since everyone is here, then the intention of the alliance is very obvious. This time, everyone must also send powerhouses to participate in the battle. In the crowd, Luo Yu frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Li Wuji quickly said, "The Water Clan has no objections." Luo Yu almost exploded in anger. This stupid cow, what was he doing? The Water Buffalo continued, however, "The Water Clan doesn't have many powerhouses, unlike Boundless Mountain and Immortal Inquisition Island. My Water Clan can only send 10 rank, 9 powerhouses to assist in the battle." Luo Yu's expression darkened. 10? So you're saying that we're going to send more? Where did so many rank 9 powerhouses come from? Won't our lives be better? In the previous battle in the land of Imperial Battleground, which clan did not suffer heavy losses? What was this stupid cow thinking? At this moment, even Yu Wuhua was a little speechless. We haven't even talked about the crisis, and you're already agreeing to the conditions. In this case, how are we going to discuss next? Fang Ping smiled. Li Wuji was a little interesting. Everyone will act according to their capabilities. It's not mandatory, but Fang Ping looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. Wan Wu is strong. Ling Xiao, send more people from your side. Ling Xiao frowned. Fang Ping smiled. Previously, more than 30 rank 9 powerhouses from your side participated in the battle. There were almost no losses in the land of Imperial Battleground. Your Wanwu Mountain has as many rank 9s as there are hairs on a cow. Since we're cooperating, then contribute more. Of course, I won't let you contribute for nothing. Previously, for Venerable Emperor Yueling's 3 peak-level heads, you sent 30 rank 9s to assist in the battle. I'll consider it as you've completed 1 head. This isn't too much, right? Ling Xiao said in a low voice. Fang Ping, I don't understand. Why do humans insist on waging war against the catacombs now? Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. He frowned again. In my opinion, you humans should be recuperating and improving your strength now, Fang Ping interrupted. Sorry, I'm afraid you don't understand humans. Fang Ping looked around and said calmly, everyone may not understand, but I still want to tell you human martial artists are born to fight. Only fighting can make us stronger as soon as possible. If we don't fight and recuperate, perhaps we will also become stronger. But how long will it take? Everyone, do you really have time? Now is the best opportunity. Even if there's no battle at this time, even if there are enemies everywhere, we must still fight. If there are no enemies, then we must create enemies to kill. A battle, a life and death battle, may be worth 3 months of your cultivation, 5 months or even 1 or 2 years. As for humans, how much time do you have? Everyone, do you really think that the world is at peace? Once the sky cemetery is breached, the catacombs' true king will return, and those emperor-level hostile to humans will return. Everyone, when that time comes, can you still enjoy peace? Humans had never been safe. Some people felt that at this point, humans were already at peace. At this moment, they should not start a war anymore. However, Fang Ping knew more than them. It was just wishful thinking. If they did not take the opportunity to fight with the same rank now, not take the opportunity to seize resources now, not take the opportunity to become stronger now, after a period of time, they would no longer have such a chance. As soon as he said that, someone said, Minister Fang is right. The peak-level experts everywhere are still waiting for rescue in the sky cemetery. At this moment, we cannot slack off. It's good that you understand this principle. Fang Ping laughed. That's why we must fight. Not only you, but also those middle and low-ranked martial artists. Next, we will take the initiative to break out some large-scale wars. Everyone will participate in the war. I'm not afraid of offending people. We're enemies anyway. What's there to offend? Ling Xiao was speechless. However, Jiang Kuei said, Fang Ping, some things still need to be said clearly. You humans need to fight and hone yourself, you need to seize resources, but we don't need that. If that's the case, then why should we participate in the war? We can come here to guard a catacomb, but to participate in the war. That's unacceptable. In the previous war in the Imperial battleground, Weiyu Mountain had suffered a great loss. Jiang Kuei felt that such a war would not be very beneficial to Weiyu Mountain. If that was the case, then there was no need to participate. Fang Ping laughed. That's the logic. Everyone's position is different, so the things they consider are also different. However, some things are mutually beneficial. There are many powerhouses in Outland and the boundaries now, but there is a shortage of young and old. Brother Jiang, there may be many older powerhouses in Weiyu Mountain, but are the new generation of Weiyu Mountain very strong? Fang Ping looked at Jiang Kuei. Jiang Kuei said calmly, then Brother Fang means imperishable substance. Fang Ping laughed. I don't expect everyone to help humans for no reason. It's like a mercenary model. You send people to fight, and I'll provide you with imperishable substance. I know that some boundaries have a lot of imperishable substance in storage, but that's for powerhouses. I don't think you're so rich that anyone can use it. As for imperishable substance, even if it's rank 9 or even at the peak, it's still the best treasure for honing the flesh. Honing bones, honing flesh, honing internal organs, imperishable substance can be said to be omnipotent. Even you, Brother Jiang, don't you lack imperishable substance? I see that you've honed your flesh, and you're only at the 7th level. Don't you want to make your flesh stronger? The war between the North and the South has long proven this point. If there's a flaw in the flesh or mentality, there will be a flaw, a very big one. Some of those venerable emperors have been sleeping for thousands of years because their flaws were targeted. Some of their flesh was destroyed, and some of their mentality was almost destroyed. Jiang Kuei gave him a deep look. After a while, he said, "Can I use other treasures to exchange for it?" "No." Fang Ping said lightly, "Humans lack treasures, but imperishable substance is more precious. If we kill the catacombs' powerhouses and destroy the catacombs, we might get a lot of natural treasures, but we definitely won't get a lot of imperishable substance. Treasures can be snatched, but imperishable substance, where can we snatch it?" Beside him, Su Bing laughed. "Minister Fang, then your idea is, how should we exchange for it? To prevent people from working without putting in effort, we'll calculate it by killing. Killing a rank 9, 50 yuan. Killing a rank 8, 20 yuan. Killing a rank 7, 5 yuan. As soon as he said that, Wu Quishan, Old Manly, and the rest wanted to twitch their mouths. This kid was really ruthless. However, imperishable substance was indeed precious. Usually, when they followed Fang Ping, they wasted it as much as they could. Anyway, it was fine as long as they became stronger. They never considered these things. Now that they thought about it, a rank 9 powerhouse's imperishable substance was only about 50 yuan at most. If it was used up, it would be difficult to recover without spending a few months or even a few years. Now that they thought it was not precious, that was because they had seen it too many times. Thinking about the past, human powerhouses were too heavily injured, their imperishable substance depleted, and many could not recover. These people had no choice but to go to the catacombs and fight until the last moment. A genius like MCMAU's old vice-chancellor had no choice but to be stuck at rank 8 because he lacked this. Recalling these tough days, Old Manly and the rest felt a little emotional. It was only after Fang Ping had grown up that Sino Nation did not have these concerns. In this regard, Fang Ping did better than anyone else. Too little. Jiang Yen frowned. Rank 9s also have strong and weak ones. It's impossible to encounter the weakest rank 9 every time. Not only is it extremely dangerous to fight with a rank 9, even if you win, you'll often consume a lot of energy. What you give us is not enough. If that's the case, why take the risk and fight with them? Fang Ping laughed. You can go kill rank 7, I'm not stopping you. Kill 10 rank 7s, 50 yuan, that's enough for you to cultivate imperishable substance for a few months. Is it difficult for a rank 9 to kill a rank 7? If you encounter them head-on, a rank 9 killing a rank 7, 10 moves should be enough, right? Of course, a useless rank 9 might let a rank 7 escape. That's your problem, it has nothing to do with me. In the 107 outer territories, there are more than 1,200 cities. In a royal city, there are at least 4 to 5 rank 7s, and at most more than 10. On average, there are 8 people, so there are about 10,000 rank 7s in the outer territories. If you don't want to go to the inner territory, then just go to the outer territory. 10,000 rank 7s, that's enough for you to kill, right? Who has the ability to kill all these rank 7s? 50,000 yuan of imperishable substance, that's enough for many of you to hone your golden body to your own limits. As he said that, Fong Ping laughed again. Of course, you can also try to rob me. If you have the ability, and are confident that you can find so much from my corpse, then do as you please. Having said that, Fong Ping added, this is for other forces. Humans also have a battle merit system. I can't afford to give it away for free. I'm also worried that some people will not put in the effort, only thinking about the rewards without putting in any effort. According to the battle merit system, the whole world's unified system can be used to exchange for imperishable substance. In reality, human heads. Are they useful to me, Fong Ping? Useless. Everyone, don't think that I'm taking advantage of anyone. I just want humans to become stronger, to be able to establish a foothold in the 3 realms. In the previous battle, the leaders of the 6 holy lands were willing to die for humans. I, Fong Ping, remember that. Everyone is fighting a bloody battle in the king's battlefield. I've seen it too. That's why this global joint operation is happening. Otherwise, such a good thing wouldn't happen. As soon as Fong Ping said that, everyone nodded and praised him, no matter what they were thinking. Fong Ping was right. Human heads were useless to him. He established the battle merit system in the hope that humans would become stronger, so that powerhouses would dare to fight and risk their lives. At this moment, Fong Ping did not say much. Instead, he observed the reactions of the powerhouses in silence. As he watched. Fong Ping's gaze landed on Hard from the corner of his eyes, paying a little more attention. The reason why he was paying attention was not because Fong Ping had discovered anything. His mentality was not as strong as the other parties. It was difficult for him to notice anything unusual. As for Hard's staff, they were real staff. Evil cultists would not have the word evil cultist carved on their faces. The reason why Fong Ping was paying attention had something to do with the boundless force. This big water buffalo could not sit still. Its tail was wagging non-stop. Fong Ping did not know if all cows had this habit, to chase away mosquitoes or something, or if this buffalo just liked wagging its tail. The boundless force was quite close to Hard. Although it did not sweep the other party, its tail wagging non-stop in front of Fong Ping was quite annoying. Fong Ping was attracted, not because of the annoyed look in Hard's eyes, but because of indifference. Yes, indifference. The boundless force was a rank 9 ranked near the top of the ranking list. Hard was only a weak rank 9. Logically speaking, when a weakling like Hard was harassed by a powerhouse, he would either be annoyed, avoid it, or simply take the opportunity to build a relationship. However, Hard's gaze was very cold. It gave Fong Ping the feeling, as if he was looking at a dead person. No, a dead buffalo. Fong Ping had seen this kind of gaze before. When he gave a person a death sentence and felt that the other party would definitely die, he was also confident that he could kill him. This was more or less his attitude. Fong Ping gave Hard a second look. Hard seemed to feel it. He looked at Fong Ping, nodded slightly, and smiled. Perhaps to true Lord Earthly Zhou, this attitude was very normal. He was giving Fong Ping face. However, Fong Ping was stunned once again. Hard was this calm? He was the leader of mankind, the strongest powerhouse. Right now, everyone else, including those people from the Holy Land, were more or less fawning over him. Other than acquaintances like Old Manly, the others did not know about Fong Ping's personality and were extremely polite to him. Even if they were to pretend, they would pretend to be more enthusiastic. Hard was only a weak rank 9, and he was also the leader of a small country. Just look at the other 18 countries and you would know. When Fong Ping looked at those people, they might not be smiling obsequiously, but the enthusiasm on their faces was almost melting. This kind of abnormality, without comparison, Fong Ping might not care. However, with comparison, Fong Ping mumbled in his heart, aloof? It was not that there were no aloof powerhouses. This was a very normal thing. Powerhouses were more or less a little proud. However, a country's leader still had the ability to put on a show, right? Similar to old Zhang, when it was time to be shameless, he would be shameless. On the other hand, Li Zhen was a little aloof. He was only suitable to be a general, but he would never become Sino Nation's #1 leader. Fong Ping was still thinking. Wu Qi's tail swayed even more. This time, perhaps because the movement was too big, the tail was about to slap Hard's face with a smack. Fong Ping was still paying attention from the corner of his eye. In the next moment, his heart trembled slightly. Hard didn't move much. He just leaned back slightly. The others didn't notice it, not even Li Wuji. However, Fong Ping was stunned. Hard had dodged the normal force's sweep. This big water buffalo's tail swayed extremely fast. Fong Ping looked at Wu Qi abruptly. Did this bull notice something and give him a reminder? He looked at Wu Qi. Wu Qi was also staring at him with widened eyes. Why was Fong Ping looking at him? Looking at his posture again, Wu Qi was also helpless. I said this chair is not suitable for me, but you insist on making me sit here. Could it be that you think it's unsightly for an old bull to lie down? If I don't lie down, am I supposed to sit? This is also uncomfortable. Even though he cursed again and again in his heart, Wu Qi still stood up and sat up. This time, his tail did not swing anymore. Wu Qi sighed in his heart. They should have let the demons rule the 3 realms. This human-shaped creature ruled the world. The demons were really uncomfortable. Just look at him. A bull under the eaves had to lower its head. Wu Qi sat up. His tail stopped swaying. Hard also heaved a sigh of relief. He had enough of this stupid bull. If this bull dared to swing its tail again, he had the thought of flipping out on the spot. It was too annoying. When had he, true Lord Dizhou, ever been slapped in the face by a stupid bull's tail? In that moment, even if he avoided it, he was still furious. The Water Clan's venerable Water Emperor was not here. He would definitely settle scores with this stupid bull later. While he was thinking about this, Fong Ping was moved. Had he sensed wrongly? Overthinking? The cat was in Magic City. There wouldn't be powerhouses sneaking in, right? He did not know. The cat was too lazy to tell him. Anyway, the cat felt that liars would not die. If there was a fight, he could just throw them away. As for the others, the cat would not care. Although Fong Ping did not notice anything, he was more cautious. He looked at Wu Qi, hesitated for a moment, and still restrained his aura. He leaned on the sofa and did not move. Seeing him like this, everyone frowned. What was Fong Ping doing? Showing off that he could restrain his aura? At this moment, no one noticed that an invisible mentality was wandering in the hall. Fong Ping carefully explored the surroundings. Very soon, Fong Ping seemed to notice something. In the next moment, a voice rang in Wu Qi's mind. Continue lying down. Continue swaying your tail. Swing it a little more. The Hydro Island matter can be discussed. Wu Qi was stunned. What did that mean? Fong Ping had this hobby? Did he like to watch me swing my tail? What hobby was that? Although he did not understand, Wu Qi did not mind. He liked to lie down too. It was more comfortable. Swaying his tail was instinctive. It felt good too. Since Fong Ping had said so, then he would satisfy his hobby. Patriarch, oh Patriarch, in order to protect the Water Clan, Wu Qi will do anything. Sigh. Wu Qi sighed in his heart. He had even started to sell his body. He did not know if Fong Ping had other hobbies. If he did, Wu Qi's head hurt. Should he agree? Chapter 1031. The mediocre ox tail continued to swing. Fong Ping seemed a little tired. He closed his eyes for a moment, opened them again and said, "Everyone, what do you think about the hiring that I mentioned earlier?" Su Bing smiled and said, "The imperishable substance is a good thing, the more the better. But Minister Fong, this is indeed too little. My indestructible substance is limited, but it isn't limitless." Having said that, Fong Ping said slowly, "Let's do it this way. If you kill someone, you can add some qualifications. For example, one could not use heaven and earth treasures to exchange for imperishable substances. If one killed a rank 9, one could use heaven and earth treasures to exchange for 20 yuan of imperishable substances. I won't ask for more than that. This way, if you kill a rank 9, you'll definitely have some gains. You can exchange at least 70 yuan worth of imperishable substance." Everyone fell silent again. A moment later, Jiang Kuei said slowly, "Rank 9, 60 bucks. Advanced Dan, add 5 yuan. As he said this, Old Man Li suddenly spoke to Wu Quishan and the rest through voice transmission, chuckling. "Doesn't this smell like bargaining in the market? Doesn't this unit of indestructible matter sound a little unpleasant?" Everyone was too lazy to pay attention to him. Why did this old fellow have so much nonsense to say? But come to think of it, it did feel a little like that. After a moment of silence, Fong Ping said, "All right. It's a win-win situation. Besides, there are too many rank 9 powerhouses in the catacombs. Weakening the catacombs. To put it bluntly, other than us humans, don't you have this idea? How many rank 9s did humans have? All in all, there were less than 300 of them. What about the catacombs? There were 1 to 2,000 rank 9s in the outer domain, and even more in the inner domain. Even if he had killed nearly 1,000 rank 9s earlier, they were still as many as the hairs on a cow. In the catacombs today, the total number of rank 9s is 5,000. That is an underestimate of mine. Everyone, in a situation where there are very few paragons, rank 9 is the true peak combat strength. Under such circumstances, even if I don't pay any price, are you really going to stand by and do nothing?" Everyone fell silent. Ling Xiao interrupted, "If that's the case, why don't we join forces with all the grandmasters to weaken the catacombs? What do you think? They can do whatever they want. I can't be bothered to care about their lives. I'm only giving it to you because we're allies. But if that's the case, if those people don't participate in the battle and just sit back and reap the benefits," Fong Ping said coldly, "in this day and age, those who don't dare to fight and only think of taking advantage of others end up dying horribly. When we continue to improve and become stronger, these people are still sitting back and watching the show, waiting to take advantage of us at the end. They are all idiots. In the end, when chaos broke out, they would be the first to die. Don't you want to be at the top? Sitting in life-death seclusion to reach the peak? Dream on. Which peerless peak was achieved through seclusion?" Fong Ping chuckled. "So, whether these people attack or not, it's up to them. Of course, we have to prevent them from attacking us." Everyone nodded again. Fong Ping tapped the table lightly, as if he was hesitating about something. Hard, dodged the oxtail again. This was definitely not something a weak 9th pin could do. According to his senses, the other party was a weak 9th class. Being able to hide it from him meant that his mental strength was higher than his, allowing him to hide it from him. Absolute peak? Fong Ping's heart trembled slightly. Which faction's paragon was the other party from? Could it be the hidden pinnacle of humanity? That did not make sense. Even if he was a human, if he did not even go to war, then he was not a good person. Beyond heaven? Bounded domain? Catacombs? Evil sect? Only these 4 places were suspicious. However, if the catacombs Paragon entered, he would know. If it was that easy to infiltrate, humanity would have been finished long ago. So, he could only come through the passageway between Beyond Heaven and Bounded Domain. Beyond Heaven and Bounded Domain that cooperated with humans are all here. No matter who it is, they are all enemies. Coming without notice and hiding their strength, no matter which side they were from, they were all enemies. Moreover, their mentality was stronger than his. He did not discover anything at the beginning, which meant that the other party was at least 1,000 hertz strong, at least a powerhouse who had walked 2,000 meters. Big Cat, answer me quickly. A paragon has come to Magic City, did you notice? Why didn't you tell me? Tell me quickly, what is the other party's strength? Help me take him down, Fong family. The cat sighed, looking helpless. How could he notice this? The liars were getting better and better. This cat doesn't fight. He's probably walked 3,000 to 4,000 meters. Don't bother me, if you keep bothering me, I'm going to move. Fong Ping quickly estimated the other party's strength. Even if the paragon walked the same distance on the origin path, there was still a difference in strength. The difference in the foundation. Even if the lowest standard is 200,000 calories, walking 4,000 meters would have a foundation of 230,000 calories, an increase of 1.3 times, almost 530,000 calories. If I add some points to combat techniques, I'm afraid it would be 550,000 calories. Paragon Vitality 1 million calories. Rank 9 Vitality. Fong Ping murmured in his heart. Very powerful. 1 million calories, 80% strength control, that was close to 900,000 calories. The guy in front of him was not a weakling. He had let such a powerhouse sneak into Magic City. He was too careless. If he suddenly went berserk, he would not be able to suppress it. Even if he was not careful, he would still be in danger of dying. The cat is an unreliable guy. He actually found out and didn't tell me. If it wasn't for the stupid cow wagging its tail, maybe I would have suffered a big loss this time. Even if I'm fine, Magic City will be in trouble. Fong Ping suddenly realized that he could not really rely on the cat. This cat was not reliable at all. It was too lazy to meddle. Most of the time, even if it knew that there was danger and there was a battle, it would not intervene. Quokang Mountain was the best proof. The cat had stayed in Quokang Mountain for so many years. In the end, when the war broke out, the cat went to sleep. Maybe Gong Juanzi was alive because of it, but it only protected those that it approved of. As for the others, what did their lives have to do with the cat? I can't rely on the cat too much. It's already good enough that it can help me protect my family. I can't ask for too much. I still have to rely on myself. Initially, when the cat returned, his sense of danger suddenly decreased a lot. However, now that someone had gotten close to him, Fong Ping's sense of danger increased again. He could not be too arrogant. Wealth, 8 billion points. Vitality, 475,000 calories, 475,000 calories. Mentality, 10,455 hertz, 10,455 hertz, can be cut. Origin, longitudinal 209 meters, plus 20.9%, horizontal 10 meters, plus 31%. Combat techniques. Nameless saber technique, plus 6%, void-piercing swordsmanship, plus 3%, manic explosion saber, plus 1%. Combat technique combination deduction, 1 million points / time origin energy conversion, 100,000 points / 1 cloud energy shield, 1 point / minute plus, aura simulation, 10 points / minute plus, origin detailed analysis, 10 to 100 million points / time strength control, 75% limit outburst, 559,300 cal / 745750 cal. March 5th. Fong Ping integrated the materialized object in Sun City. Until now, it had been almost 9 days. Fong Ping had also successfully crossed over to second stage origin. He was now considered to be at third stage origin. His basic vitality had increased a lot, and so had his amplification. After a few days, even his strength control had improved a little. However, Fong Ping was still far from 1 million calories. I'm not this guy's match. Give me another month, maybe I can do it, but not now. Fong Ping fell into deep thought. However, the other party did not know that he had discovered him. If he could catch him off guard and cut off his Tao, he might have a chance to kill him. But I can't start a war in Magic City, or else I'll be in big trouble. I have to lure him away from here to the catacombs? He won't go. Otherwise, if the passageway vibrates, even a fool will know that there's something wrong with him. Should I pretend that I didn't discover him? Although Fong Ping wanted to wait, once this guy left, it would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Who knew what would happen if he let him go? I have to kill him. This guy came with ill intentions. No matter which side's paragon he is, I have to kill him. Anyway, no matter which side he was from, he would not be on the human side. Fong Ping could be sure. Old Wang didn't come this time, but Old Yao and Iron Head are here. If the three of us combine, my combat strength can increase by at least 20%. An increase of 20%, Fong Ping would almost have the true strength of a desperate realm. If I catch him off guard and cut off his Tao, coupled with the strength of a desperate realm, I have hope of killing him. No, maybe I should drag him into my origin world to fight. My origin world is full of origin chi. Even if I can't destroy his origin world, I can still injure him and make him unable to unleash the amplification effect of origin Tao. This guy is not as strong as me. Thoughts emerged in Fong Ping's mind. This was also the first time he was facing a paragon in his complete state. Previously, the few he met in the space battlefield were all half-crippled paragons who had spent more than 2,000 years. As for killing the other paragons, he did not do it. He only cut off their Tao and let the others finish them off. Today, in front of everyone, I will kill this guy. The three realms will know that I, Fong Ping, possess the true strength of a paragon. The human side's morale will also be greatly boosted. Maybe I can even harvest a batch in Sun City to speed up my origin Tao. Fong Ping was still thinking, but Li Wuji was a little scared. Fong Ping had been staring at it. He had been staring at it for a long time. It wanted to shift its position but was worried that Fong Ping would be unhappy. Li Wuji felt sad for no reason. Did Fong Ping really like old cow? What a special hobby. Cough cough. Wu Quishan coughed softly, interrupting Fong Ping's thoughts. What was this kid thinking? He had been staring at that cow for a long time. Was he going to eat it? Fong Ping came back to his senses and smiled. Li Wuji, I've heard about your overseas immortal islands. Luo Yu, I know why the few of you came this time, but just like how I hope that you will pay the price for your attack, if you want me to attack, you have to do the same. Fong Ping said, of course, now is not the time. I can't leave Earth in the near future. As for Commander Li, he is now in the final stage of healing. When he has recovered, we can talk again. Luo Yu said in a low voice, Fong Ping, how long will it take for the Netherworld King to recover from his injuries? 3 months at the longest, a month at the shortest. Fong Ping did not mind saying it. He smiled. Of course, if we're lucky, he might recover tomorrow. But don't worry, once Commander Li recovers, we promise to help you. This is something that will benefit everyone. As for you guys, your sects are still guarded by venerables. They won't be breached in a short time. I think it's better to stay now and earn some imperishable substances. When the time comes, it will be more effective to go back and help. If we're lucky, we can break through during the battle and become Paragon. That would be even better. The few of you, you're only one step away from Paragon. It's not like there's no hope. Luo Yu frowned slightly. Fang Ping ignored him. He stood up and smiled. There are only a few things. 10 days. In another 10 days, powerhouses from all sides will gather and destroy a catacombs. I won't reveal which catacombs we're going to attack now, in case the catacombs receive the news in advance. Of course, in these 10 days, don't idle around. Fang Ping said coldly, it's still about the evil sect. Find their stronghold and destroy them. Those evil sect beasts deserve to die. As he said this, he had been watching Hard in silence. Hard had mentioned the evil sect a few times before. He suspected that the other party was from one. The few evil cultists who had been captured earlier had also revealed some things under torture. The evil cult had a new pope. The previous Grand Pope might have entered the fake sky grave together with the humans. When the new Grand Pope took office, an order was passed down, but it did not come to Earth. Could it be that this person was the evil sect's Grand Pope who had just come to Earth? It's too late for the 3 major realms to guard against us now. The various Grandmasters are also in a lot of trouble now. They might not have the time or the courage to come to Earth. No matter how I think about it, the paragon who might come to Earth in the near future is the evil sect's new Grand Pope. One of the 72 Lord Gods. Clues flashed in Fang Ping's mind. Soon, Fang Ping had a general judgment. The other party was most likely a powerhouse from the evil sect. What a coincidence. I was just thinking of killing a few evil sect powerhouses to establish my authority, and you came knocking on my door. After I kill you, I'll see if the evil sect dares to send people to Earth in the near future. The rear is unstable. I dare not leave Earth. I have a lot of things to do here. If this guy is hiding in the dark, I might not be able to do anything to him. Fang Ping was vigilant and worried before, but now he was eager to try. He came just in time. No matter how strong the enemy was on the surface, it was easier to deal with than the enemy in the dark. This newly ascended Great Pope was really impatient. The previous Grand Pope was really like a mouse, very difficult to deal with. That kind of person was really dangerous. Old Zhang and the rest had searched many times but could not find any trace of the other party. Compared to that person, this one was really too stupid. Did he really think that he was invincible? He actually dared to sneak under his nose. After roughly determining the other party's identity, Fang Ping smiled and said, "This is the purpose of gathering everyone here this time. As for the specific details, we can talk about it later. However, you don't have to leave in a hurry. Since you're here, I still have to do my part as a host. This time, I'm hosting a banquet on the sea to entertain everyone. This time, I've put in a lot of effort. I've taken out all kinds of precious treasures. Everyone, please give me face and attend the banquet together." As he said that, Fang Ping added, "Everyone, please take a seat first. I'll go make some arrangements. I must give everyone a surprise. It's not a waste for everyone to come all the way here." Before Tsang Mao left, he gave me a few pieces of beef. This time, I've taken them all out. As soon as he said that, Innocent Force's eyes almost went blind. "What? Beef? Whose? You want me to eat the elder ancestors' meat?" Fang Ping, this bastard, was too much of a bully. Innocent Force was about to fly into a rage. The others' eyes were also flickering. Some of them looked at Innocent Force, holding back their laughter, but they refused to make a sound and let it go. Not making a sound. Everyone wanted to eat Overlord rank beef. It was really beneficial. If they were lucky, the rewards might not be small. They did not expect that Fang Ping would even take out this. As for Innocent Force, who cared? Not only were these people tempted, Hard, who was about to speak, suddenly stopped talking. Venerable Water Power Overlord's beef? That was worth looking forward to. That's good too. Let's go to the sea and taste the Venerable Water Power Overlord's beef. When the time comes, whether to kill Fang Ping or not, it'll be much more convenient. Hard glanced at Fong Ping, a smile on his face. Fong Ping was really considerate. He had even chosen the location for him, and he even conveniently gave him overlord rank meat. Now, his mood that had just been angered by innocent force was a little better. This stupid bull, I'll kill it later and mix it with your elder ancestors' meat. It'll be a different kind of taste. While he was thinking, Fong Ping said again, Minister Wu, the few of you stay here and entertain the distinguished guests. Instructor Li, come with me to take a look. Li Chongqing said nothing, standing up and following him. Fong Ping was hosting a banquet? Why did he not know? It was a good thing that Fong Ping did not cheat people. Why would he give away benefits for no reason? He was even hosting a banquet on the sea. Did Fong Ping have the time to do that? Despite the many doubts in their hearts, the few Sino-nation powerhouses did not say anything. Wu Quishan understood Fong Ping's intention as soon as he heard it. He wanted to keep these people here and not let them leave. Then go and come back early. I'll bring the distinguished guests to MCMAU for a tour, Fong Ping smiled. That's fine too. Oh right, if we go to MCMAU, Fong Ping struggled in his heart. He smiled again. Then call Fong Yuan along. Let Fong Yuan broaden her horizons and get to know the powerhouses from all over. As Fong Ping said that, he smiled at everyone. Fong Yuan, my sister is still young. She doesn't know much. She's made a fool of herself. As soon as he said that, the people who were a little uneasy before were suddenly relieved. Even Ling Xiao laughed. I heard that you care about your sister the most, Fong Ping. You've never met her before. Today, let's see if your sister is as talented as you. Fong Ping's sister was highly valued by Fong Ping. Quite a few people knew about this. When Fong Ping asked his sister to go to MCMAU, all the wariness in their hearts dissipated instantly. Moreover, MCMAU was Fong Ping's alma mater. Plus, his sister was there. No one thought that there would be any trap. Fong Ping would not use these people as stakes. True Lord Earthly Zhou also suppressed the hint of wariness that rose up in an instant. When Fong Ping was about to leave earlier, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate. Now, however, he had thought too much. Fong Ping smiled and did not say much. He did not want Fong Yuan to be in danger, but if Fong Yuan did not go, the cat would not care about the lives of the others in MCMAU. If Fong Yuan went, the cat would only intervene when Fong Yuan was in danger. Since when did I become like this? At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly felt a little lost. Since when was I willing to put my family in danger just to prevent others from being in danger? Zhang Tao. I've become the person I don't want to be the most. You've harmed me. At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly felt an indescribable feeling. Not long ago I said that I was extremely selfish. The lives of everyone in the world are not as important as my family. But what am I doing now? Even if the cat is here, the moment I asked Fong Yuan to go to MCMAU, am I still the same person I used to be? Taking the world as my responsibility? What a ridiculous thought, Fong Ping muttered in his heart. He strode away, his steps a little heavy. I've changed. Unknowingly I've changed. Back then, I heard that Tian Mu and the others died in battle. Some of Zhang Tao's descendants died in battle. He admired them, but he did not think that it was worth imitating. But now? Fong Ping's steps became heavier. Old Zhang, that bastard, he's plotting against me. He pushed me to this point step by step, making me lose my original heart step by step. Damn bastard! In the source world, the world roared. On the origin Tao, the Tao roared. The Emperor Tao. All the humans in the world are protecting me. Not just my family. Vaguely, the Tao moved forward a little. However, Fong Ping could not feel happy. After walking for a long distance, he suddenly said, Old man, if there's a day when humans are in danger and I need to sacrifice you to save millions of people, I'll sacrifice you. It's worth it. Old Manly said lightly, Of course, the premise is that among these millions of people, at least one has my strength, or after saving them, there will be no more danger. Otherwise, I won't be willing. Even if I die, it must be worth it. Is it worth it? Fong Ping murmured. It's worth it, kid. Every man for himself will be destroyed by heaven and earth. I know this saying. However, humans can live worry-free in this cruel environment. When the golden age comes, it's because there are people who are willing to sacrifice. As long as it's worth it, it's worth it. Of course, I'm just saying that You don't have to think too much. No, I don't want to sacrifice anyone. That's why I have to be stronger. Fong Ping regained clarity in an instant. He laughed. As long as I'm strong enough to fear nothing, why do I have to do this? Old man, this time I'll bring you to do something big. Let me ask you, how much strength control do you have? Me? About 85%. What if your strength suddenly increases by more than 3 times? The strength of a paragon. That's right. Old Manly said slowly, I've tried to control strength that exceeds my limit. That sword in Nanjiang back then was the strongest sword I've ever controlled in my entire life. That's not 100%. It's far beyond this range. I don't want to hear you boast about the past. I'm talking about the present. 80%. Are you sure? Of course. Old man, if you're spouting nonsense and boasting, then let's die together. 80%. It was slightly higher than Fong Ping's. Moreover, it was under the situation where his strength had skyrocketed. As for Fong Ping, once his strength skyrocketed, his original 75% control might drop to 70%. A difference of 10% was not a small number. Fong Ping had an idea. Perhaps he should let Old Manly be the main body. There was no other reason. This old man was also a 9th refinement golden body. He could withstand that kind of pressure. Others might not be able to. Right now, among the non-paragons that Fong Ping knew, only he, Old Manly, and maybe Li Hansong had a chance of withstanding this kind of power. Others like Wu Quishan, whose power had skyrocketed, might even blow themselves up. Old Manly took a deep breath. Although Fong Ping did not say anything, he already knew a little. This time, he was really going to do something big. I, Li Chongqing, am going to make a name for myself this time. Back then, a rank 6 killed a rank 8, a rank 8 killed a rank 9. After rank 9, wanting to cross ranks and kill people again was a pipe dream. But today, maybe the opportunity had come. Swordsman longevity, Duan Chongqing. Today, I'll have a taste of this. Old Manly grinned. Fong Ping, however, glanced at him as if he knew what he was thinking. He muttered in his heart, You're thinking too much. This is my chance to make a name for myself. As for you, you'll only have 2 hands then. Don't worry. Face, that's me, Fong Ping. P.S. Recently, I'm in a period of exhaustion from writing. At this stage, the author more or less feels a little powerless. Less than 5 million words in 11 months. Old Eagle is indeed a little tired. Everyone, please don't rush me. I might need a break. Chapter 1032. In the depths of the sea. There was no such thing as a banquet. Old Manly waited for a moment as he watched Fong Ping setting up layers of mentality shields. He asked, Who are we dealing with? Hada might be the new pope of the evil cult. Then we have to be careful. Old Manly did not even ask how he knew. He said in a low voice, Once they escape and attack without restraint, humanity will be in danger. That's for sure. At this moment, Fong Ping had already set up more than 10 layers of mentality barriers. After some thought, he said, What do you think about hiding a nuclear bomb underneath? After a while, Old Manly said, You want to kill everyone else. Then forget it. The government should develop some small-scale, highly lethal weapons. Ordinary weapons were already useless against this kind of powerhouse. The more powerful they were, the wider the area of effect was. Absolute experts might not necessarily be harmed, but other powerhouses would have to be careful of being accidentally killed. After a while, Fang Ping asked, "Has your origin Dao improved recently?" "Not bad. We've walked for almost 500 meters. After returning from the Land of Kings, Old Manly had gained quite a lot. Fang Ping had also given him a lot of origin qi. During this period of time, he had improved by leaps and bounds. Previously, when he stepped into the origin, he walked about 300 meters. It had only been a few days, and he was almost 500 meters. Old Man Li's golden body had not even reached the peak of the 9th refinement previously. He had leveled up not long after entering the 9th refinement, and his golden body had been improving recently. Coupled with the progress of the origin path, Old Man Li's vitality of 180,000 calories when he had just entered rank 9 had now reached 220,000 calories. Unfortunately, he did not have the origin path to increase his vitality, which was equivalent to 440,000 calories. This old man's strength control was at 85%, which was much better than Fang Ping's strength control. His maximum outburst was as high as 370,000 calories and above. This did not even include the increase given to him by combat technique. Old Manly was the first among rank 9 and he fully deserved it. "I don't know what's going on with you, but your origin Dao isn't increasing at all. What a pity." Fang Ping felt regretful. If Old Manly had the enhancement of origin Dao, he would be incomparably powerful now. That's the way of martial arts. There are gains and there are losses. Not everyone can be as omnipotent as you. Old Manly, on the other hand, was open-minded. He was already very strong, terrifyingly powerful. Even if the origin Dao did not increase his strength, he did not care. It did not take him a few years to go from rank 6 to invincible rank 9. Moreover, not having an amplification was not necessarily a bad thing. At least he could focus on one thing and not be distracted. "After this, are you really going to attack the catacombs? I just found something for everyone to do and divert their attention." Fang Ping laughed. "I'm not planning to start a full-scale war with the catacombs right now. When the time comes for the others to wage war with the catacombs, I will bring people to destroy the 3 major domains. Ambush them." This Hada was used as a sacrifice to the flag. Intimidate the evil cult. To deal with external threats, we must first stabilize the internal situation. First, we must eliminate the threat of the evil cult. As for what happens next, it might not be them coming to cause trouble for us humans, but me. I promised old Zhang that I would make mankind stronger. Since I promised, I, Fang Ping, will do it. When they come out, they will definitely be shocked. In the 3 realms, humans were the strongest. The other forces are trembling at the sight of the human race. At this moment, Fang Ping was brimming with confidence, as if he had forgotten that he still had a formidable enemy. He wanted to let old Zhang and the others see how powerful he was. "Just you wait and see. You all think that I'm living a hard life outside, but I'm out there sweeping across everything and scaring you all to death." At this moment, Fang Ping had already set up dozens of layers of mentality barriers. Very quickly, Fang Ping began to solidify the surface of the sea. After a while, Fang Ping took out some tables, chairs, and benches. He laughed. "If we're going to put on an act, we'll have to go through with it to avoid arousing suspicion. Be careful not to accidentally hurt everyone. Don't worry. The seat that I arranged for Hada is a trap. When he sits down later, with a bang, he'll fall into the sea. Aren't you afraid that he won't sit in the seat you arranged for him? Unless he's prepared. He'll turn hostile the moment he comes. But it's okay, I have arrangements." Fang Ping calculated for a while and said quickly, "It's almost time. You can go back and fetch the guests first. Tell them that I'm arranging the banquet and have something to announce." "Okay." Old Man Li wasted no time and flew toward Magic City quickly. While Fong Ping was setting up the trap, Mao, Li Wuji was far away from Fong Yuan, his ox face full of fear. What was going on? Why was there a strong cat smell on this human's body? He knew that the cat and Fong Ping were close. However, the cat had been gone for a while. Why was there still a strong cat smell on Fong Ping's sister's body? Humans might not be able to detect or sense anything, but he was a demon. Moreover, Li Wuji was also extremely afraid of the cat. That was why when he sensed the smell on Fong Yuan's body, Li Wuji immediately walked a few steps away without batting an eyelid. He walked quietly on the lawn at the side, looking like he wanted to eat grass. Luo Yu and the others were a little strange. This stupid ox was making a fool of himself again. The extraterritorial Immortal Island's reputation was completely ruined by this stupid ox. You want to eat grass, but can't you go back and eat it? Do you have to eat grass in MCMAU's territory? They felt embarrassed and distanced themselves from Li Wuji. Li Wuji could not wait for them to go further away. He did not want to stay with them at all. Now Li Wuji was terrified. The elder ancestor had scolded him before. Both the cat and the dog were malignant tumors. This cat and dog were the worst in the 3 realms. They had never done anything good. If they could avoid provoking them, they would run away as far as possible. Only when the heavenly hound died did the cat calm down. It went to sleep if it had nothing to do. If the heavenly hound did not die, who knew how chaotic the 3 realms would be now? The elder ancestor also said that the cat and the heavenly hound had many tricks up their sleeve. The heavenly hound was slightly better, mainly because of its strong combat strength. The cat really had many tricks up its sleeves. Don't tell me the cat didn't leave? Will the cat come out? This cat doesn't like to snatch treasures. This time, it went to snatch treasures for no reason. Could it be a scam? The cat. The cat is a master, a divine cat, a good cat, the best cat in the 3 realms. The cat has smooth fur and a beautiful body. When the elder ancestor returns, he should cut some meat for the Sky Emperor to eat. The Sky Emperor is powerful and has high standards. He won't eat any demon below the peak. If he embarrasses the Sky Emperor, he should at least eat Emperor level. The Sky Emperor should be the best cat in the 3 realms. If I, Li Wuji, become an Emperor level, I must take the initiative to cut my meat and offer it. It's a pity that I'm too weak. My meat is loose. If the Sky Emperor eats my meat, it will become a big joke. At first, Li Wuji cursed the cat in his heart. But soon, Li Wuji began to lick the cat. For no other reason than that, it remembered something. The elder ancestor said that the cat seemed to have the ability to predict. It could avoid harm and seek benefits. It could sense those who had ill intentions towards it. Thinking of this, Li Wuji did not dare to think further. I don't care if the cat is here or not. I'll flatter it first. Just as Li Wuji was about to lick the cat. At the school archives, on the top floor, the cat's head rested on the railing of the rooftop like a statue. Only its furry head was exposed. It had no aura, or rather, these people could not sense its aura. Originally, the cat had been staring at a calf and was about to drool. But then, the cat suddenly muttered, "Yes, if I want to eat, I should eat an emperor-level cow. This calf is so weak. If I eat it, I'll embarrass myself. Should I raise it until it reaches the emperor level?" The cat looked up at the sky and fell into deep thought. The calf's meat must be very tender. But since the calf said so, wouldn't it embarrass itself if it ate it? Forget it, forget it. I won't eat it. The cat muttered. Forget it. It would not eat the calf this time. It had not finished the calf's meat. Not far away, Li Wuji's tail was stiff earlier. Now it gradually relaxed. The sense of danger seemed to have weakened. Since yesterday it had been feeling danger. Especially after entering MCMAU, this sense of danger had increased to the maximum. But it seemed to have weakened a lot just now. At this moment, Li Wuji suddenly made a judgment. That cat was really in the human world. Not only that, it might be in MCMAU. At this moment, if it were not for the fact that it was not suitable for running, Li Wuji's only thought was to run. It was being targeted by the cat. Damn it! The cat did not leave. Li Wuji was shocked and frightened. Who would have thought that the cat did not leave and was in the human world? No wonder Fang Ping was so confident. Li Wuji's but was facing the school archives. At this moment it dared not even look around. It suspected that the cat was watching them in the dark. How would it dare to look around? It lowered its head and walked on the lawn. It did not even look around, as if it was really eating grass. Li Wuji could sense it, but it did not mean that others could. At this moment, Hard was also looking around. Was MCMAU the biggest martial arts holy land in the human world? Although there were 6 holy lands in the human world, they were all old antique. The new generation of powerhouses was average. On the other hand, these so-called martial arts universities had cultivated the most elite batch of martial artists in 100 years. Is this how the martial king cultivates his direct descendants? Hard looked at the MCMAU instructors and students coming and going, a look of contemplation in his eyes. There were not many powerhouses who could amaze him. He was an impasse and an old antique. He had seen many powerhouses. The strongest ones were only rank 8 or 9. The weakest ones were only rank 2 or 3. They were not enough to amaze him. However, in a school with tens of thousands of people, more than half of them were middle-ranked martial artists, and they were all very young. This was unimaginable. Looking at these youths full of vigor and fighting spirit, true Lord Dizhou suddenly felt a little jealous. The human world was the weakest of the 3 realms. Back then, it was just a place for some powerhouses to open up an outer sect. Now, it had become one of the strongest forces in the 3 realms. MCMAU, true Lord Dizhou murmured in his heart. This was a good way to cultivate talent. If he could recruit these martial arts universities or simply control the entire human world, his position in the divine sect would rise rapidly and be consolidated. 8 great protectors, 3 great protectors. Various thoughts flashed through true Lord Dizhou's mind. If he obtained the divine weapon and became an emperor, even if his strength was not as good as the 3 great protectors, with a base camp like the human world, the 3 great protectors would not dare to do anything to him. Looking at the curious Fang Yuan next to him, true Lord Dizhou revealed a faint smile. Fang Ping's sister? McMao? If he wanted to impersonate Fang Ping or control the human world, these people were very important. Just as true Lord Dizhou's thoughts flashed through his mind, Old Manly broke through the air and arrived. He glanced at Fang Yuan in the crowd. Seeing that everything was fine, Old Manly breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly smiled and said, "Everyone, Fang Ping has already set up a banquet in the ocean. He also has something important to say. Everyone, follow me." Everyone responded and stepped into the air. Below them, Fang Yuan seemed ready to go too. Old Manly scolded her jokingly, "Little girl, you're not qualified to attend the meeting. Stay in school. As an MCMAU student, how long has it been since you last came to school? Go look for your instructor." Fang Yuan stuck out her tongue, a little embarrassed. She also felt wronged. "I want to come, but Big Cat eats a lot. She's either eating or brushing her fur every day. She doesn't have time to come to school." She was very busy now too. 10 of the 24 hours a day were spent cooking, brushing her fur for a few hours, and practicing martial arts. Her schedule was almost full. Since Old Manly had said so, Fang Yuan did not follow. She waved at everyone and went to look for Bai Ruoshi. She had not seen Bai Ruoshi for a while. The others also had smiles on their faces as they walked through the air, as if they were immortals. Over at Star Town, Jiang Yuanhua laughed and teased. "Fang Ping's sister, is she 17 this year?" Everyone looked at him. Jiang Yuanhua chuckled and said, "My Jiang Chao." Wu Quishan said straightforwardly, "Old Jiang, don't mention it. If you do, I'm a little worried about your Jiang Chao. Jiang Yuanhua could not help but laugh. Beside him, a few powerhouses from Sino Nation also laughed out loud. Although the Jiang family was a famous family with a near-emperor powerhouse like warlord in the family, Jiang Yuanhua was also a rank 9 powerhouse. Although Jiang Chao was not reliable, he was also a rank 8 golden body now. He was worthy of the Fang family. However, Fang Ping raised Fang Yuan like a daughter. If Jiang Yuanhua brought this up in front of Fang Ping would probably not fall out with him on the spot. In private, Jiang Chao had to be careful. It was normal for someone to break his leg one day. As they chatted and laughed, everyone soon saw Fang Ping in the depths of the sea. On the sea, a transparent round table rose out of nowhere. Jiang Quishan saw it and said, "Fang Ping didn't ask us to come to this banquet to liven things up, did he?" From the House of Governors to the depths of the sea, could it be that Fang Ping wanted to watch a rank 9 fight? Amidst everyone's curiosity, Fang Ping stood on the transparent round table and looked at the powerhouses from all sides. He smiled and said, "Everyone, please take your seats." Seats were not for anyone to sit on. This was true at all times. Everyone took their seats according to their strength and influence. At this moment, some people seemed to feel that something was wrong. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and asked, "Fang Ping, is there a spiritual barrier here?" She felt that her mentality could not penetrate the surroundings. Obviously, a powerhouse had set up a barrier. Fang Ping smiled and said, "Yes. This time, I asked everyone to come here to keep it a secret, to prevent anyone from eavesdropping on our conversation. Don't think too much of it. Some powerhouses have this kind of hobby. We have to be careful." As soon as he said that, everyone laughed again. There were people who really liked to do this. King Wu was a famous person. Someone laughed and sighed. "King Wu has entered the heavenly cemetery now. I don't know when he will come out. It will happen sooner or later." As Fang Ping said that, he said seriously, "The reason I invited everyone here is actually, I want to tell everyone something. It's very important. It's about the evil sect. Previously, I was afraid that the evil sect members had infiltrated the House of Governors. Moreover, with the development of modern technology, we can still sense some methods with energy fluctuations. However, if it's some modern equipment, we may not be able to detect it." Evil sect? Everyone suddenly became serious. The Pantheon powerhouse said, "Minister Fang, Sino Nation has discovered the whereabouts of the evil sect powerhouses?" "It's not the evil sect powerhouses. It's the evil sect headquarters." As soon as Fang Ping said that, the powerhouse's expressions changed. Ling Xiao said hurriedly, "You mean the divine sect's location?" At this moment, even true Lord Dizhou was looking at Fang Ping attentively. The divine sect headquarters had been exposed? How was that possible? Yes. That's why I didn't say it before. I'm telling everyone now because I want to discuss with everyone on how to deal with it. Fang Ping said in a low voice, "The evil sect is very powerful. 3 great protectors, 8 great protectors, 72 Lord Gods. It's not an exaggeration to say that such a force is number 1 in the 3 realms. Therefore, regarding the evil sect headquarters being discovered, this matter still needs to be handled with caution." As Fang Ping said that, he continued solemnly, "The key is not this. Instead, it's that we've discovered a bigger secret." "What?" Fang Ping looked around, enunciating each word, "Tengu." As soon as he said that, true Lord Dizhou's expression changed uncontrollably. Of course, the others' expressions changed too, but it was not too obvious. "Tengu?" Ling Xiao said with a straight face, "Fang Ping, what exactly is it? Tell me in detail." Fang Ping paced slowly, smiling. "Don't worry, this is a big deal. I'm familiar with Old Cat, everyone knows that. Before Old Cat left, he told me that he discovered Tengu is not dead." Rumble. As if struck by lightning, at this moment, true Lord Dizhou was extremely shocked. What did that mean? Tengu is really not dead, it's just in a deep sleep, and Tengu is now in the evil sect headquarters. At this moment, true Lord Dizhou was shocked again. Fang Ping really knew. Yes, Tengu's corpse was in the divine sect headquarters, in King Kuan's temple. Back then, Tengu died in battle, and the divine sect took a huge risk to take away Tengu's remains, but Celestial Emperor was not dead? True Lord Dizhou was confused. Celestial Emperor was not dead. What did this mean? Tengu is not dead, but it's in a deep sleep. Right now, Tengu is powerless to resist strong enemies, so Tengu's ultimate Tao is now complete, and also the easiest to pry and strip. I'm worried that someone in the evil sect has stripped Tengu's Tao. True Lord Dizhou's mind shook instantly. Tengu's Tao? A complete Tao? What did that mean? Could it be that Celestial Emperor's Tao was still there? At this moment, Fang Ping had already strolled to his side, speaking slowly. Not only that, Tengu's Tao is actually not a big deal. The key is that there's a big secret related to Tengu. True Lord Dizhou listened attentively, unwilling to let go of any details. He might know an earth-shattering big secret. Moreover, he had the absolute advantage. Others might not know how to get to the divine sect headquarters, but he did. Others might not know where Celestial Emperor's remains were, but he did. What other secrets did Fang Ping have to say? Even Celestial Emperor's Tao was nothing. Could it be related to the Emperor? At this moment, true Lord Earthly Zhou was paying full attention, afraid that he would miss a single word that Fang Ping said. At this moment, Fang Ping walked to his side, smiling slowly. That secret is... Tengu is actually... True Lord Dizhou panicked. Say it quickly. It's actually a dog. Rumble. At this moment, it was really like being struck by lightning. Everyone else was stunned. Nonsense, if Tengu was not a dog, then what was it? What kind of big secret was this? But everyone did not have the time to curse. Just as true Lord Dizhou was in a daze, the seat below suddenly fell. True Lord Dizhou had just reacted when Fang Ping's mentality erupted instantly, forcefully suppressing him. Not only that, at the same time, Fang Ping's gaze was a little dull. True Lord Dizhou was also in a daze, falling with a rumble. On the other side, Old Manly did not make a sound, but he already had a long sword in his hand, slashing at the person beside true Lord Dizhou. That person was only at rank 8 golden body, still in shock. How could he be on guard? Almost in the blink of an eye, a sword gleam fell from the top of his head. Bang! With a loud bang, the rank 8 golden body powerhouse was slashed into thousands of pieces directly. Only then did the others react. Ling Xiao and the rest were just about to explode when Old Manly roared, "Don't move, evil cult member!" Everyone was stunned. At this moment, true Lord Dizhou had already landed below the round platform. Fang Ping's eyes shone, growling. The seat that true Lord Dizhou was on earlier was instantly filled. Until now, everyone only realized that this was not the round platform. It was an incomparably huge cage. Fang Ping used his mentality to solidify a huge cage, trapping the other party inside. God Slayer. At this moment, Fang Ping's roar reverberated through the clouds. In the void, a path appeared, thousands of meters long. At this moment, Fang Ping's illusion appeared in the void, holding the God Slayer, slashing down. With a crack, a corner of the path was broken. At this moment, the origin energy in the void was scattered everywhere. The next moment, an extremely resentful voice was heard. Fang Ping, I have underestimated you. It's time for you to die. Fang Ping let out a cold roar, his mentality erupting again, sweeping in all directions, shouting, "Unrelated people, go away!" Having said that, an incomparably powerful vitality force erupted from his golden body. The vitality force pushed the others back one after another. In the brilliant golden glow, many people's eyes were pierced. In their senses, Fang Ping's aura was getting stronger and stronger, stronger and stronger. Almost in an instant, it was already too much for them to bear. The next moment, everyone saw the scene in the field. At this moment, Fang Ping was incomparably huge, wearing golden armor, holding the God Slayer in his hand, and carrying a blood-colored longbow on his back. There seemed to be a head on the armor, but almost in an instant, it seemed to be pressed into the armor by force. No abnormalities could be seen. Fang Ping's vitality erupted, shaking heaven and earth. Fang Ping shouted, "Powerhouses from all sides, join forces and set up a barrier to quell the tsunami. Today, the headquarters will slay the evil sex pope. Let everyone see what happens to those who trespass on earth." Fang Ping, you're smarter than I thought. At this moment, in the transparent ball, true Lord Earthshow's face was slightly pale, blood flowing from his mouth. He was ambushed by Fang Ping. His Dao cracked with one slash. Although it did not break, the amplification of the origin Dao was greatly reduced. This B** starred. He had actually discovered him. Moreover, Fang Ping was stronger than he had expected. The current Fang Ping's aura was much stronger than what he sensed earlier. "I am a divine sect. Nameless people, no need to register," Fang Ping growled. In the next moment, he blended into the ball. The god-slaying saber in his hands seemed to have merged with a saber-shaped energy, its power growing stronger. The saber gleam even penetrated the mentality barrier that Fang Ping had set up, the saber gleam tearing a black hole in the sky. The powerhouses who had spread out in all directions felt an invisible pressure at this moment. Rumble! The ocean was roaring. Wu Quishan roared, "Everyone, quell the tsunami. Fang Ping will definitely slay the powerful enemy." He could not care less about why Old Manly and the rest were not around. At this moment, he let out a roar, displaying his powerful strength. Ling Xiao and the rest's eyes were flickering. At this moment, Li Wuji's voice spread in all directions, shouting, "The Hydro clan is invincible in controlling water. Old Bull, come." As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic water buffalo appeared on the surface of the sea. A wave that was more than 100 meters tall was stomped down by its hooves, instantly quelling it. Li Wuji's voice was like a great bell, spreading in all directions. "The Hydro clan is united with the human world. Minister Fang, if you need help, just say the word. We can even kill Paragon." At this moment, Li Wuji's actions were really beyond everyone's expectations. This stupid bull actually wanted to make a move at this moment. Was he really not afraid? Li Wuji sneered in his heart. Idiot, of course Old Bull was not afraid. With Song Mao around, what was there to be afraid of? Looking at Old Bull's words, the powerhouses in the human world were instantly impressed. This was true ability. At the same time, Fang Ping had already slashed with his saber. Rumble! This deafening sound could be heard even in Magic City hundreds of miles away. In the next moment, everyone heard Fang Ping's loud laughter. "A mere Paragon rank 5, how dare you come to my Sino nation and act presumptuously? Watch me slay you and destroy your evil sect." Everyone was in an uproar. Paragon rank 5. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. Chapter 1033. A mere Paragon rank 5? At this moment, even true Lord Earthly Zhou was furious. Arrogant. Even an emperor level was not considered a Paragon rank 5. Fang Ping was so arrogant. Did he really think that being injured by his sneak attack was his capability? "You're courting death. I originally wanted to. Want your ass." Fang Ping was straightforward, interrupting him with a roar. At this moment, the Changdao had already slashed down. Arrogant. True Lord Earthly Zhou growled. A shield condensed in his hand and he swung it at Fang Ping. Rumble! A loud sound rang out. The shield and Changdao collided. The shield was smashed into pieces immediately. Fang Ping also took a few steps back, frowning slightly. Is that all you've got? Fong Ping snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Trash? Is that all you've got after living for tens of thousands of years? I thought you were strong. Now it seems like you're nothing but a clown. Clown? True Lord Earthly Zhou gave him a cold look. At this moment, his Tao was injured. His initial threefold increase was now only one-fold. True Lord Earthly Zhou's basic vitality had reached 480,000 calories. Even if the increase was only one-fold, his strength was still 960,000 calories. His strength control was also about 80%. His explosive force had also exceeded 750,000 calories. With such strength, even if he felt Fong Ping's powerful aura and was injured, True Lord Earthly Zhou was not afraid. Could Fong Ping kill him? He could kill him. The shield shattered. In the next moment, True Lord Earthly Zhou condensed a spear. Seeing this, Fong Ping cursed. I hate enemies who use spears the most. True Lord Earthly Zhou snorted coldly. Before he could speak, Fong Ping suddenly roared, I'll kill you in the source world. Trash, come on. As soon as he said that, Fong Ping's mentality erupted, pulling True Lord Earthly Zhou. His mentality was not as good as the other party. He could not forcefully pull the other party into his source world. True Lord Earthly Zhou frowned slightly. Fong Ping wanted to fight in the source world. This was actually the most dangerous. However, when powerhouses fought, it was also the easiest to kill their opponents in the source world. Fong Ping was indeed very strong. Right now, Fong Ping gave him the feeling that he was not much weaker than him. If they were to fight in real life, he might not be able to defeat Fong Ping smoothly. Although Fong Ping was confident that he could forcefully pull him into the source world, he might have a trump card. However, at this moment, True Lord Earthly Zhou only hesitated for a moment before deciding to fight Fong Ping in the source world. After all, Fong Ping had just entered the peak level. Was the source world really as powerful as he was? In the next moment, both of them appeared in the source world. Source world. Fong Ping's source world was currently a circular area of more than 10 meters in diameter. There was a mini-city on it. True Lord Earthweek's source world was slightly bigger than Fong Ping's, with a diameter of about 20 meters. However, there was nothing but darkness. It was just a lonely floating island. Fong Ping was wearing his origin armor and holding a divine weapon. Seeing this, he suddenly laughed and said, You've got guts. You suddenly dare to start a war with me in the source world? Are you out of your mind? True Lord Earthweek ignored him. Instead, he looked at the small city in his source world and said in shock, Fuse? You fused with your materialization. No, why is your materialization like this? This is Sun City? Although he had never been to Sun City, at this moment, he could guess it. Looking at the countless densely packed shadows behind Fong Ping, True Lord Earthweek's expression changed. No. What exactly is this? Why is there such a change in the source world? Fong Ping could not be bothered with him. He maneuvered the source world and, without a second word, crashed into it madly. Rumble! True Lord Earthweek was not prepared at all. The two worlds collided. Rumble! The sky fell and the earth cracked. The two floating islands were not big, but at this moment it really felt like the universe was collapsing. The surrounding darkness was shaking. Fong Ping did not care about this. Holding the god-slaying saber, he broke through the air and slashed. Divine weapons could be more effective in the source world. Crack crack. The void seemed to be shattering. True Lord Earthweek could not care less about being shocked. The moment the worlds collided, his figure became a little more illusory, but he shouted angrily, I don't believe that the foundation accumulated for thousands of years is inferior to you. How long had it been since Fong Ping achieved Tao? Did he have enough origin chi to consolidate his source world? Even if Fong Ping's source world seemed to have fused with something extraordinary, so what? Kill! True Lord Earthweek was really powerful. Holding the long spear in his hand, with a sweep of the spear, the origin armor that was seized in black light that day actually showed many cracks at this moment. This was only used by ordinary rank 9s. Against powerhouses in the desperate realm, the effect was not too great. Fong Ping, however, did not care. Like a crazy demon, he charged forward in a frenzy. God-slaying. The world resonated. A long energy dragon appeared. At this moment, the god-slaying saber turned into a long dragon, filled with energy, swallowing toward True Lord Earthweek. Stars destruction. True Lord Earthweek also roared. In the dark sky, 72 stars appeared at this moment, one of them extremely dazzling. At this moment, led by this dazzling star, 72 stars began to fall like a meteor shower, smashing toward Fong Ping's source world. The battle in the source world was even more mysterious. Here, everyone was the ruler of their respective worlds. Fong Ping's combat technique turned into a dragon, True Lord Earthweek's combat technique condensed into a meteor shower. In reality, both of them might not be able to do this. Here, however, both of them did it. The long dragon roared, mixed with endless origin chi, opening its mouth and biting toward True Lord Earthweek. As for the meteor shower, it also fell in an instant. Block! Fong Ping growled. At this moment, the long dragon swung its tail, sweeping away those meteors. Rumble! The collision of energy, the collision of origin chi, shook both worlds once again. Fong Ping himself also charged toward the sky at high speed, blasting out a punch. His fist was like the sun, smashing a dim star into pieces with one punch. However, at this moment, other stars fell. Rumble! Below, in the source world, the mini-city was smashed into pieces. Not only that, the floating island where the source world was also smashed until it was cracked. Fong Ping spat out a mouthful of origin chi, his figure dimming slightly. At this moment, True Lord Earthweek was also waving his spear and fighting with the giant dragon. Seeing this, he sneered. Idiot! Fong Ping actually took his origin combat technique head-on. He had a death wish. The source world was instantly damaged by him. In this case, it would be difficult for Fong Ping to survive. So what? Fong Ping's armor was dazzling. At this moment, the god-slaying saber turned into a long dragon. However, in the next moment, a long spear appeared in Fong Ping's hand, still incomparably powerful. There's no need to dodge to kill you. Fong Ping held the long spear and attacked the most dazzling star, snorting coldly. This is your natal star, isn't it? If you smash this thing, you'll be seriously injured too. Then let's see if you have the ability to do so. True Lord Earthweek sneered. Stars fall, trap and kill. As soon as he said that, the remaining dozens of stars suddenly changed their angle, surrounding Fong Ping from all directions, rumbling and crashing toward Fong Ping. The most dazzling star, suspended in the sky, seemed to be dominating everything. Fong Ping held the long spear and roared. The long spear was like a shadow, smashing a star with one stab. However, as soon as one side was smashed, the other side came again. Not only that, in the sky, the natal star seemed to be still giving birth to stars. Seeing this, Fong Ping sneered. I see. The natal star is the only one. The other stars are split by consuming origin energy. This combat technique is quite interesting. So what if you understand it? True Lord Earthweek swept the long dragon away with his spear, but he did not care. It was easy to see what his combat technique was. The natal star was the core. He had gathered the origin energy that he had condensed for many years and laid out the 72 stars formation. As long as the main star was not destroyed and the origin energy was not depleted, then he could continuously create stars, smash Fong Ping to death, smash Fong Ping's source world. As for Fong Ping, unless he smashed the main star, otherwise, he would not be able to break out. Faced with the siege of so many stars, Fang Ping's origin energy consumption was extremely fast. If this went on, True Lord Earthweek felt that he could smash Fang Ping's illusion by smashing about 30 stars. Very soon, he could completely destroy Fang Ping's source world. When that time came, Fang Ping would be a living dead man. If he wanted to kill him again, it would be a piece of cake. At this moment, Fang Ping was also awe-inspiring. With a spear in hand, his speed broke through the limit. With a stab, the stars were smashed. With a sweep of the spear, all directions were emptied. You want to kill me with such insignificant skills? Fang Ping sneered and shouted again, God Slayer, slash. At this moment, the long dragon in the sky roared and swallowed True Lord Earthweek into its stomach. Rumble. True Lord Earthweek seemed to be swallowed on purpose. At this moment, there was a huge commotion in the giant dragon's stomach. In the next moment, the giant dragon was smashed, and the God Slayer flew back. As for True Lord Earthweek, his figure was a little disheveled, but he was in high spirits, laughing. Fang Ping, is this your strength? You still disappoint me. I thought you could bring me some surprises. My A**s. Fang Ping held the spear in his left hand and the saber in his right, slashing rapidly. In all directions, a large number of stars were smashed again. You're quite resilient. At this moment, Fang Ping's figure was already extremely illusory, but his combat strength was still strong. True Lord Earthweek was slightly surprised. He was stronger than he imagined. When a star was condensed, it would require about 100 clouds of origin chi. In just a short while, Fang Ping had smashed close to 20 stars. 2,000 clouds of origin chi. Even if it was him, under the situation where Tao was consumed and the source world was stabilized, it would be considered good if he could accumulate 100 clouds of origin chi in a year. In other words, Fang Ping had used up decades of accumulation in this moment. Although True Lord Earthweek had lived for a long time, he was not so strong from the beginning. He had achieved the peak less than 3,000 years ago, and he had also fought many battles back then. In addition, he had slept for a long time during that period. The real accumulation was not too much. At this moment, he felt a little heartache. Despite his heartache, he was still indifferent, saying coldly, Fang Ping, you should be proud. The price I paid to kill you was not small. You have exceeded my expectations. Kill me? Fang Ping's figure was illusory, but he let out a roar, once again brandishing his saber and spear, smashing many stars. At this moment, he was heading straight for the main star. I, Fang Ping, have unlimited potential. How can I be defeated like this? Origin Chi. Everyone, lend me a hand. Fang Ping roared. Below, countless shadows emitted origin chi at this moment. In the next moment, Fang Ping's body became much more solid. He laughed and said, I have the help of tens of thousands of people. Do you think you're qualified to compete with me? After saying that, Fang Ping struck with his spear. At the same time, True Lord Earthweek broke through the air, blocking in front of the main star, and slammed his spear down. Go back. Rumble. Fang Ping flew backward again. Dozens of stars appeared around him in an instant. True Lord Earthweek looked at those shadows, frowning slightly. Fang Ping still had this trick. These shadows could actually provide Fang Ping with origin chi. However, Fang Ping was also at his wits' end. These virtual figures had a limited amount of chi of origin. Now that Fang Ping had squeezed them dry, his origin world was on the verge of collapse. Let's see how long you can last, True Lord Earthweek said, letting out a soft cry. He also charged into the formation with his spear, hiding behind the stars. Fang Ping had just shattered a star when True Lord Earthweek appeared instantly, piercing his skull with his spear. Fang Ping was just about to counterattack when True Lord Earthweek disappeared and appeared on a star behind him in an instant. He struck with his spear again, nailing Fang Ping in the void. Interesting. Fang Ping shattered the long spear and laughed. How interesting. Your combat technique is not bad. You can actually move as you wish. Wherever the stars are, you are. You're slightly stronger than the 4 Lord Gods I killed. You're qualified to sign up. Tell me, which Lord God are you? Chang Qingzi and the others were killed by you. True Lord Earthweek said coldly. In the space battlefield, he also knew that the 4 great Lord Gods were killed. Previously, everyone said that it was Fang Ping who did it, but he did not see it with his own eyes. Now, Fang Ping had admitted to this point. Many of the divine sect's 72 Lord Gods had been killed over the years. However, 4 of them were killed at once. Even in the history of the divine sect, it was rare. But I'm not them. For the past 2,000 years, they've been constantly consuming and never replenishing. Moreover, their strength is not as good as mine. I'm true Lord Earthweek. What's with the pretense? Fang Ping sneered. Chang Qingzi is true Lord Diqiao, ranked 31st among the 72 Lord Gods. You, Earthweek, are only ranked 37th. I thought you were some big shot. You're asking for it. True Lord Earthweek was furious. Yes, he was ranked 37th, but that was back then. For the past 2,000 years, true Lord Diqiao, Chang Qingzi, might not have improved at all. However, he had gone from peak 3,000 years ago to peak 5 now. Such strength had long surpassed Chang Qingzi. The enraged true Lord Earthweek once again demonstrated the strength of his strength. Wherever the stars were, he could appear in an instant. From all directions, a large number of stars bombarded Fang Ping. True Lord Earthweek also appeared from time to time, swiftly assassinating Fang Ping. Crack! This time, the rank 9 origin armor could not avoid being defeated. It was immediately destroyed. Fang Ping quickly faced the attack, but his body was like a sieve. He blocked the stars, but it was difficult for him to block Earthweek's sneak attack. This happened 3 times. His body was pierced one after another, and his origin chi was leaking. Even so, Fang Ping was not without the strength to fight back. With 2 divine weapons in hand, he had already slashed dozens of stars. At this time, Fang Ping sneered. You think you've won? In your dreams. As soon as he finished speaking, a set of armor appeared on his body again. Emperor armor. True Lord Earthweek's eyes flickered. As expected, Emperor armor, God-killing spear, and God-slaying saber are all in your hands. The God of War bow is probably with Wang Jinyang. After killing you, all 3 divine weapons will be mine. It's indeed very powerful, but you still have to die. 10,000 stars fall. True Lord Earthweek roared. In the starry sky, the main star dimmed instantly. Countless stars appeared. This time, it was not 72 stars. 10,000 stars really appeared. True Lord Earthweek did not want to waste any more time. Killing Fang Ping and seizing the divine weapons. 3 divine weapons only consumed a lot of origin chi. It was worth it. Things might change if he delayed. Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. He also roared. The long spear flew straight out, smashing those stars rapidly. As for Fang Ping himself, holding the god-slaying saber, he attacked the main star again. At the same time, true Lord Earthweek's figure appeared again. Holding the stars in his hand, the stars formed a long spear. He swept the spear toward Fang Ping. Both of them exchanged dozens of moves in an instant. Fang Ping's figure became dimmer and dimmer, but he roared again and again. Regardless of the cost, he chopped off true Lord Earthweek's head with one slash. True Lord Earthweek recovered quickly. His face was pale. The main star behind him became dimmer and dimmer, but he said smugly, Fang Ping, do you still have other tricks? Apart from fighting to the death, do you humans have any other abilities? Fang Ping let out a cold humph. Below, the floating island crashed with a rumble. Crack. There were cracks on both of the floating islands. True Lord Earthweek was slightly annoyed. You want to injure me before you die? So what if I'm injured? I'll kill all of you and pretend to be you. Who will know? Fong Ping, when that time comes, I'd like to see if you humans, under my control, kneel before me and crown me as the human emperor. Can you and King Wu die in peace? Human emperor! Fong Ping laughed out loud. A good-for-nothing who doesn't even dare to reveal his true form. Are you worthy of being the human emperor? You're the dog emperor. Even the heavenly dog despises you for being too ugly and stupid. What a sharp tongue! True Lord Earthweek's figure flashed again. Accompanied by the collision of the stars, he knocked Fong Ping into the void. In the next moment, countless stars fell, bombarding Fong Ping's floating island. Even Fong Ping himself was blasted into the ruins. Good for nothing. True Lord Earthweek snorted. Although Fong Ping was no match for him, his words were indeed infuriating. Encountering this kind of person usually made people extremely annoyed. In the next moment, True Lord Earthweek landed on Fong Ping's floating island. At this moment, this small floating island looked like it had been bombed. It was full of potholes and countless cracks. Fong Ping was also smashed into the ground. His entire figure was incomparably illusory. Fong Ping, other than that mouth of yours, what else do you have to be proud of? Although Fong Ping's figure was illusory, he was still not afraid. He said disdainfully, "A 1,000-year-old tortoise, a 10,000-year-old tortoise. I'm 21 years old this year, and have cultivated to this stage. What right do you, an old tortoise, have to say these things to me? I treat divine weapons as toys. As the leader of humans, I roam everywhere. Even the catacombs turn pale at the mention of my name. What right do you, a cowardly tortoise, have to be arrogant in front of me?" Perfected Lord Earth Zhou walked over and said calmly, "So what? Fong Ping, you're too childish. The one who lives to the end is the winner. Today, your divine weapons are mine. I'll gladly accept the humans that you lead. And I'll live, but you'll die." As he said that, True Lord Earthweek looked at the two divine weapons in Fong Ping's hands and the Emperor armor on his body greedily. The three divine weapons were all his. With these divine weapons, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. He might even dare to fight an emperor level. It would be a real waste if the divine weapons were in Fong Ping's hands. Fong Ping struggled to retreat. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the star behind True Lord Earthweek. Fong Ping suddenly exploded, stabbing at the star with his spear. True Lord Earthweek slapped his palm. Fong Ping flew backward, his figure becoming even more illusory. Seeing this, True Lord Earthweek sneered. "Struggling on your deathbed? Did you really think that I didn't have any defenses?" Fong Ping's strength earlier, even if he allowed Fong Ping to hit the main star, it would not be a big deal. At this moment, Fong Ping was already extremely weak. Fong Ping gritted his teeth, a look of despair flashing in his eyes. Yet, he refused to admit defeat and accept his fate. He exploded again. He slashed his saber. Bang! True Lord Earthweek slapped him again, sending him flying backward. His illusory figure became even more illusory. "Fong Ping, why struggle on your deathbed? Hand over the divine weapons. I don't want to search around later. Hand over the divine weapons now, and I might spare your flesh. Who do you think you are?" Fong Ping exploded again, but his strength was getting weaker and weaker. True Lord Earthweek slapped again and again, hitting Fong Ping until he collapsed continuously. At this point, True Lord Earthweek was getting impatient. "Looks like I can only destroy your origin first." Fong Ping's strength was extremely weak. Now that he did not even have the strength of a rank 9 origin, he was not in the mood to continue wasting time with Fong Ping. He had fought for so long in the Source world. Although not much time had passed in the outside world, he had to hurry. Anyone who saw him attack today had to die. Otherwise, if Fong Ping died and the news of the divine weapons falling into his hands leaked, it would be somewhat troublesome. Moreover, Li Zhen was still around. He was also worried that Li Zhen would return and fight him. True Lord Earthweak grabbed Fang Ping with his palm. If this palm landed, Fang Ping's weak origin would definitely be extinguished. However, at this moment, True Lord Earthweak suddenly saw Fang Ping smile. Yes, he smiled. Just as he felt that something was amiss, Fang Ping's origin suddenly flourished. In an instant, he recovered to his peak state. At this moment, Fang Ping also unleashed his full strength. His saber and spear screamed, breaking through the air in an instant, charging toward the main star. How can this be? I'm suffocating. Both of them said at the same time. Fang Ping was really suffocating. He could recover his origin chi, but he did not use it. He kept paralyzing True Lord Earthweak. He also wanted to end the battle quickly. If he recovered his origin chi prematurely and True Lord Earthweak found out, this moment would not have happened. When that time came, the other party's mentality was stronger than his. It was possible that he would exit the source world prematurely. Fang Ping did not have the chance to exhaust him to death. However, now that he was already weakened to the extreme, Fang Ping pretended to attack with all his strength again and again, sneak attacking with all his might, dispelling True Lord Earthweak's concerns time and time again. Finally, he seized the opportunity. Fang Ping let out a roar. His speed was unbelievably fast. In the midst of True Lord Earthweak's angry roar, the long spear and god-slaying saber landed on the star with a rumble. Crack, rumble. First, there was a crack, followed by an earth-shattering roar. At this moment, True Lord Earthweak's floating island collapsed instantly. His projection also collapsed in the blink of an eye. Even now, True Lord Earthweak could not believe it. He roared, "How is this possible?" How long had it been since Fang Ping entered rank 9? Where did he get so much origin chi accumulation from? If his origin chi was really abundant, he should have been able to sense it just now. But he did not. In his eyes, Fang Ping was already at the end of the line. However, at this moment, True Lord Earthweak was caught unawares. Rumble! The floating island exploded. True Lord Earthweak's angry roar reverberated in the dark space. As for Fang Ping, he also did not hesitate, vanishing from the floating island in an instant. True Lord Earthweak was not dead. However, his origin was severely injured by him. He had to go out and slash his flesh. Up until now, he had planned to weaken the other party's strength. At this moment, True Lord Earthweak's strength was also weakened to the extreme. He might not be able to use his origin anymore. Without the amplification of origin, relying on True Lord Earthweak's golden body strength alone, he might be able to kill all the other rank 9s, including Old Manly. However, against himself and after combining, he must kill him. Trash, I must kill you today. At this moment, in the outside world, Fang Ping's roar reverberated. At the same time, under the shocked gaze of the others, True Lord Earthweak spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. His skull exploded once and recovered rapidly. Then, without a word, he attacked the mentality barrier madly. He wanted to escape. Fang Ping had injured his origin severely. If he did not run, he might really die here today. However, the moment he attacked the mentality barrier, behind him, Fang Ping's eyes were as bright as the sun. At this moment, Fang Ping grew 2 arms out of thin air. The arms held the god-slaying saber, but held it like a sword. Longevity. Saber. The first half of the voice sounded slightly different from the second half. However, at this time, no one noticed. Fang Ping's roar quickly suppressed a certain someone's longevity sword shout. Kill, what the hell are you shouting for? At this moment, between heaven and earth, only a blood-colored Changdao could be seen. Rumble. With a loud bang, the mentality barrier finally shattered. Under the situation of Fang Ping's outburst and True Lord Earthweak's crazy attacks, it shattered. However, at this moment, the Changdao also slowly descended. Energy swept in from all directions. Heaven and earth changed color. Bang, bang, bang. From all directions, powerhouses fell into the sea, deterred by the pressure and affected by the saber glare. At this moment, rank 9 powerhouses like Li Wuji retreated rapidly too. Each and every one of them had a terrified look on their faces. Monstrous waves rose, as if the end of the world had arrived. Paragon rank 5? Just SOSO. Fong Ping was like a god of war. At this moment, the golden glow on his body was dazzling, illuminating hundreds of miles. The second round of the sun rose above the sea. Fong Ping, true Lord Earthweek, tore space apart, fleeing in fear. But the saber had already descended. Rumble. Space was slashed into pieces directly. True Lord Earthweek fell from space. With a roar, he turned around and counterattacked. I haven't accomplished my great cause yet. How can I fall in your hands? True Lord Earthweek's hands were like iron walls. When they came together, he gathered all his strength, unleashing an incomparably brilliant blood-colored glow. When they came together, he punched out. Rumble. At this moment, the Changdao slashed down, and a loud noise sounded again. There was no sound of an explosion. This slash directly cut the other party's giant fist in half. The remaining power did not diminish, falling straight down. Under true Lord Earthweek's incredulous gaze, he was cut in half with one slash. At this moment, Fong Ping stretched out his palm, covering the sky and the sun. He pinched the body that was cut in half in his hand, snorting coldly, "I'll crush you dogsh *T to death." Rumble. This time, the sound of an explosion was heard. A peerless expert had been crushed into pieces. And at this moment, heaven and earth roared. In the sky, a path collapsed. In the blink of an eye, the sky was blood-red. Fong Ping frowned slightly, smashing the bloody clouds in the sky with one punch, saying coldly, "Non-human paragons are not fit to make heaven and earth cry in the human world." True Lord Earthweek was not qualified to make heaven and earth grieve for him. Fong Ping was a little surprised. He thought that when the paragon fell in the human world, there would be no blood rain, unless the other party achieved enlightenment in the human world. Now it seemed that Earth also had this sign. Was it because of the opening of the catacombs passageway? Fong Ping smashed the bloody clouds, but at this moment, he still could not hide his shock. At this moment, the powerhouses from all directions were stunned and did not know what to say. Fong Ping killed a paragon rank 5 powerhouse. One must know that this was a kill, not a defeat. If it was not 2 or 3 ranks higher, it was impossible to kill the opponent. Fong Ping did it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he killed a paragon. At this moment, Fong Ping's voice was calm, but it spread everywhere. The cult's patriarch, true Lord Earthweek, was killed by me in the East China Sea today. Today, the headquarters will completely destroy the cult. Everyone, help me! After saying that, Fong Ping tore the void and appeared in the sky of Magic City in a flash. Not only that, Fong Ping stretched out his hand and waved. A mirror fell into his hand. In the next moment, Fong Ping raised the mirror and threw it into the air. The mirror erupted with a brilliant light, shining in all directions. At this moment, Fong Ping broke through the air again, appearing in an ordinary courtyard in the blink of an eye. In the courtyard, someone felt an incomparably powerful pressure. Just as he was about to break through the air and escape, Fong Ping slapped down with his palm, and a rank 8 powerhouse was smashed into meat paste directly. Everyone, maintain order. Human powerhouses, protect the people. After saying that, Fong Ping broke through the air again and left. At this moment, a mirror was wandering in the sky, the mirror shining in all directions. Before many people could react, Fong Ping broke through the space, traversed the void, and traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Along the way, wherever the mirror stopped, Fong Ping killed. Shrill screams were heard, disappearing in the blink of an eye. On this day, Fong Ping showed off his prowess and also displayed shocking techniques, using the divine peeking mirror to investigate the cult powerhouses. In a moment, Fong Ping crossed the land of Sino Nation. From south to north, in less than 5 minutes, Fong Ping killed more than 20 cult high ranks, shocking the world. P.S. This is the last 2 hours of this month. Brothers, vote if you have the monthly vote. If you don't, forget it, lest it's a waste. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.